I just don't feel like setting up all the lights. No, that's fine. That's why I asked. All right, here's my controller. I am not streaming. I get that as well, but I guess I try to have an actual friendship with people be similar. Yeah, I agree. It isn't that I don't have the empathy. It's more, no, I know, and that's why that's why I'm saying I stopped I stopped expecting people to know to reach out to me. Does that make sense? Like I stopped expecting people to be like, "Hey, she's going through some shit. Like let me be the one to reach out." You know, like it just I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like I stopped expecting people to be the one to reach out because it just doesn't happen.
I get that.
Oh,
Oh,
hello. Hello.
hello. Hello.
Game version mishmash. Is there an update? Is there an update? Update available. Oh, okay. Exit to desktop. I guess we have to update real quick. Chat.
Time for update.
Waiting room. No. In the other Discord, Cass. The other Discord. The other one. You know the one. All right. What do I want to eat? I really want pizza, but I don't think there's gonna be any pizza places that are open right now. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. Other than like Little Caesars
And
or something.
can you hear me?
Unfortunately, I
No.
can.
Farted.
Unfortunately, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to reach out to people. Sometimes I'm not very good at it, but I try.
Yeah. And then like
I
sometimes like it's not even a matter of like, hey, are you okay? Like sometimes it's just like you like without even having to be like, are you okay? Just being like, you know, do you want company? Like do you like do you want a friend? Kind of thing.
yeah.
I'm like so bad at reaching out to people.
Yeah.
I'm also terrible at
If
asking for
that's you
help.
sending invites, I can't do anything yet. I have to update my game, which I didn't
I'm
realize
gonna
they did.
keep sending them. I hope it makes the most annoying sound.
It does. It goes ba-doop.
Um, Speaking of the most annoying sound, I
Oh
mean,
no,
you guys don't have children, so you
I
probably don't
don't.
know about um the phenomenon known as Miss Rachel.
I don't.
But they are becoming quite the meme on the internet. Um, because they literally started making like kids show they started a show on YouTube, and it's
Yeah.
called Songs for Littles, and they sing little kid songs, and they do like all these different things to help kids learn, and it's actually been proven through children's psychology and all that stuff to be actually pretty helpful. So you really can't poop on it too much, but but it's just like she started it like right at the beginning of COVID,
Mm-hmm.
and if you watch the videos, it's like so like I could do a better job with my setup with the stuff that they were doing. But now come look at it like so like started 2020. Now look at 2023. She's worth $20 million. She has YouTube videos with like 24 million views, 240 million views, just like
Woo.
yeah, and it's just like but it's all my son likes to watch. He's just like we'll just have it on and she just like the shows are literally like sometimes she throws a new skit in here and there, but it's
Mm.
just like her singing the same songs over and over again with maybe different backdrops. And it's like she has this one song like Icky Sticky Bubblegum,
Oh
and
my
it's
gosh.
just like it's the most annoying thing in the world. It's just like no, no more Miss Rachel. You're watching the freaking Sesame Street.
Wolfie wants to know: is she kind of like Blippy?
Blippy is I would say Blippy is more of a like Blippy has more production value. I've seen Blippy where he's like, "We're gonna go on this private jet now," and we're like, like Miss Rachel ain't going on a private jet. She could probably buy one, but like she's just like, "Hey guys, let's learn to count to 20," and then she makes a song about it. Like her husband's some kind of like producer or composer or something, and she like has a CD out before all the kids stuff, but the CD didn't do very well, so it like and then Jules, one of the people on the show, Jules, they don't really talk about pronouns, but Jules might be non-binary or at least male presenting. I don't know, but they rock out on the guitar and they go crazy about it. But it's just like, I don't know. Miss Rachel just, it's like Miss Rachel just came out of nowhere one day and was like, "Hey guys, you want to learn some songs?" And kids were like, "Yes, Miss Rachel, we are now in the cult of Rachel and Queen
We are in
Chow."
the cult of Rachel.
Like it's
That's
like,
so
oh
funny.
my god. All right, well I'm gonna set sail, and then obviously you can join.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you're
yeah.
doing
I'm at
fun.
33, 34%, so it's going.
I just realized I was like, wait, we could be looting an island.
Yeah, you
What do
could.
people do tonight, by
He
the
drops
way?
some serious cash in his videos. Blippi also used to be a gross out comedian under the name Steezy Grossman. Really? He managed to write most of the videos from the face. Really? That's really fascinating, Wolfie. Also, I read your message before, and yeah, that's pretty much like for me, like I don't necessarily need people to be like, "How are you? How are you feeling?" But like it means the fucking world when people are like, "Do you want to play something tonight?" and like not be sitting at home by yourself, you know? So
Oh,
like that's
that's gross. If I turn around, I thought I was about to punch somebody in the face. I was like, "Who's here? Who's here?"
wow. First of all, almost got decked.
But it me. Hello.
I'm not used to your new look. You even look tanner. Did you become tan?
I don't think so.
In-
Bro,
Go in the sun. Look at me in the sun. It might just be
Oh,
the lighting.
Yeah, maybe it's the lighting. Yeah, you look. Get over here in the sun. You look like you got. Wait, where did you just fall?
No, I'm just standing here.
Oh, there you are. You look like you were in the sun for a little too long. When
That's so
when Pink
weird.
gets on here, we'll have her confirm. We'll have her
Yeah,
confirm.
yeah. I can't see myself. You can't go third person, eh?
There is a way, but in all my 200 something hours of playing, I don't know how. I know if you sit down, there's a way to do it.
He did a
Oh.
high mistake video where no, that's not real, Wolfie. There's no way.
Hmm?
Oh, he did a Harlem Shake video where he shit on somebody?
Blippi?
Yeah. So I've
I
been
don't know who
lurking in
Blippi
regards
is.
to playing certain games that you should play what you want. Don't cater to others just for views. Hi, by the way. Hi, Sarah. I love you. I hope you're doing well. And yes, Sarah was one of the people who originally came around I say she came around like she hasn't been here literally since day one. She's a fucking first subscriber. She literally is my first subscriber. I'm talking out of my ass. But Sarah was one of the people who enjoyed when I played Animal Crossing and Sims. But see, the fact that she supports me and, doing what makes me happy is more important, I'm 56%, so it looks like we're going.
Not to like be crude here, but what if when we talked out of our ass, there was like an accent?
What do you think? What do you think what kind of
My
accent do you
my
think your
ass.
ass would
What do you think
have?
my what do
Your
you think my
accent
accent would be?
Ah, I
Oh
beat you
no.
to it. Yeah, what do you think
Um,
your accent would be?
I think I'd sound French.
You think your butt would sound French?
That
Yeah.
is bold.
Boldly correct, I would say.
Why French?
Yeah, why
I don't
French?
I don't know.
Well,
I feel like when you talk shit in French, it sounds fancy. So I want when I talk out of my ass, I want to sound fancy.
you're a
Suppose
fancy
that's true.
ass?
Yeah, fancy ass.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
play. I don't enjoy. Yeah, exactly. It's always support. And that's all that like matters, Like it's just the people who are like, you don't play this game anymore. I'm leaving, and you're like, okay, sorry.
Sorry, bye.
It was long before he created the Blippi character. That can't be real, Wolfie. That can't be real. That's crazy. I know. I'm sorry to all the I had only because I have my dashboard up right now. I can see the people coming and going, and people are like, she's not playing Sea of Thieves. Like, sorry, I'm working on it. Also, I'm gonna close my dashboard so I don't see the view count.
Yeah, don't look at that.
I
Don't
know.
look
Oh,
at
I had it
that.
up because I changed my title and stuff like that, and I just never closed it.
I have so little money. I have $175. I am so poor now.
What did
You're
you
super
spend it all
poor.
on?
But I
Bought
have.
a
But I
boat?
also.
I know
But
what you
I
spent it
bought a
all
boat.
on. Oh, you
I
did.
bought a
Very
boat.
nice.
Yeah.
I bought a boat.
I also look stylish as hell.
You
I
do
also
look
bought a
You do
very
look
bunch of
pretty,
stylish.
look pretty styling.
You do look pretty cool.
I'm very
Hey,
gender.
Daddy
Pink,
chill.
did you know that SCA-ing is
Daddy
Bethiving?
chill.
Seeing is betheiving. I had to say it because the bot did not want to say it properly. Guys, there's like no pizza places that are open right now except for Pizza Hut, but I don't want like Pizza Hut pizza, but I might
That
get one of
sounds
like
terrible.
the little
I
like
love
the
Pizza
pizza
Hut.
wrappy things, the pepperoni
Oh.
lovers pizza wrappy things. I think I might
Gross.
get one of those.
Rostov, you should look at the new sales that I have.
Sale.
Sale.
Oh,
Hi,
it's a
Taz. Welcome in. How are you?
It's a
How was your
unicorn.
day? I'm 80%, guys. I'm almost
I
there.
love it. That's so nice. What a good choice. Perfect.
Sale.
Perfection.
Yeah, hopefully Pinksel doesn't get on my boat and go, "Oh my god, this is such an emo boat."
Oh, you know that I'm going to say that. You know that I'm gonna say it. So
Pinxel's gonna be on my boat going, I don't feel safe on this. It feels like this boat's gonna sink itself any second now.
yeah.
Oh, there's
Probably.
a Reaper on the map.
Oh.
They're
Weeper.
going. Well, I think they're going to their island, their little Reaper Island place. I don't know.
Their
There's a Reaper
little
sign.
Reaper
Well, there's
Island
like
place.
there's that skull on the map that they're showing right. They're going right towards it.
They're coming
that-
right towards us.
Red skull. Red skull.
I shall investigate.
Okay. 88. I'm almost there.
Okay,
almost
yes,
there.
they are
Oh.
in fact. There are Reapers 5.
Are they
They
coming?
just looks like they well, I can't zoom in a little bit. Zoom in. No, that's too much. Now go up. Go up a
That's
little.
too much.
A little further. A little further.
90%.
Looks a little different. But yeah, no, they're definitely there. They're chilling. And, they're not
They're
coming
good.
towards
Well,
us.
they're going. Yeah, they're
Oh,
going
wait,
like
hold
the
on. Have
opposite
you
way
seen
from us now.
this one?
Somewhere over there.
So basically,
Yeah, look,
so
I
here's
have a
how the
new-
Reapers work. They
This is one of
they
the
could see us
things.
if I had emissary up.
Okay.
I like your overlay.
Thanks. It's new.
Oh, it is nice. Look at
Thanks.
that.
Thanks. It's one of the new things I added
It's so
on
pretty.
Etsy. Etsy.
Today, when you mentioned on Twitter that you were thinking about completely dismantling your whole stream and then rebuilding it,
Yeah.
I have those intrusive thoughts all the time.
Oh, it's
I'm like,
so
what if
bad.
I
I want to
just,
like move all of
what if I
these
just deleted
shelves. I just don't know what I want to do. Like this room is so small. Like I had to search far and wide for a desk that would fit in this room because this room is so small. So I have like a very specific L-shaped desk that's like 52 inches. And when I say this is how much space I have left after my desk, like to the wall. Like this room is so small. And so like
some people
the only thing I could do
would love
be,
to
like,
have that much space.
shut
Okay.
the fuck up. So like the only thing I could do would be like to swap the desk around. Or have you played any of the new update? I have. I'm a terrible Disney Dreamlight Valley and I haven't gotten Simba or Nala yet. Like I just like haven't I haven't finished like clearing out the area that I want to like put them in, and yeah. So yes, but also I'm the worst. Hi Mock, how are you, friend? Welcome in. Okay, my update is done. All right. Community, She of Thieves, join game, play here. All right. Fail, I know. I know, the worst. I'm the worst. Hot damn, it's Pinksel. Hot damn, it's Driver. What's up, Driver? How are you? How's your day? You're joining a game? Would you like to continue? Yes.
It's my guy, the Driver.
What a beautiful person. Are you talking about yourself like that, Driver? That's a little conceited. Jeez.
Listen,
Jeez.
stop looking at the forward-facing camera, okay?
Wow. Controls on Switch make me want to toss it across the room. Yeah, so I have I have it on both. I have it on PC and I have it on my Switch. And the Switch version is so slow and laggy, and yeah, like the controls are like so all over the place. Like I totally prefer anything like that, like the decorating and stuff I do on PC. Okay, my bad. Hi driver, welcome in. How are you? I hope you had a good day. I'm excited to get some pizza. Oh look, that's my set. Wait, are we still at port?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you set sail.
No,
Now the most beautiful
I
person in the world
opened-
on stream. Chaos.
opened the sails.
Chaos. Chaos. All right. So do I need to loot, or did you already loot?
I am doing some looting.
Did you get a?
I don't think I
Did you
got
get a?
everything, but I
did you
got
get
most
crate?
of things.
Did you get a
No, I
crate?
did not get crate.
Why
I
didn't you get a
figured
crate?
that because we're gonna find one. We're gonna find one.
Yeah,
listen,
but we have
this-
to get. You have to get one to start with.
Listen.
Hmm.
I
Is it
have
cl-
4
yes.
million gold. Okay.
It is cloud save, Sarah. Yep.
4 million gold. You know how you get 4
What
million
is
gold?
this?
You don't buy storage crates every time you log on. Sometimes you gotta go out and find them.
What is this skin on the boat?
The skin that I'm using?
Yeah.
Well, it's human skin, actually.
Okay. What is this? What is this boat skin, and why is it
Uh,
wrong?
What do you mean? Why is it wrong?
Why is it not the right one?
Oh, the one that you put on?
Yeah.
Because I
Mhm.
spent my money on other skins, and I don't have that skin.
Well, that's unfortunate for you. But
don't
yes,
know.
Sarah, it is cross save. That's why I bought it on both. I'm okay. I bought an audio interface from some in my city. Don't know them, but I'm having some awful latency issues. Trying to lower the latency by creating like farting or static. I'm trying to set up the recording software so I have zero delay when I play my bass. When I play back, I'm getting a frustrated. That's really annoying. And unfortunately, because I'm an old lady, it's been way too long since my Guitar Center days that I would even know like where to start like directing you to like look into fixing it. But I'm sure you know, and I don't mean to speak down to you if you know, but just saying.
I'm just excited that
This banana one?
that Mark Wahlberg is here.
Yes, Mark. The Mark
Yeah.
Wahlberg is here.
I had some
Thing you will be.
Mark Wahlberg cheeseburgers today.
You should do that. Yes, Sarah, I'm telling you, it's one of the best things about Disney Dreamlight Valley is the cross save. Are you drinking already? Yep. Then they just missed the they just missed the dock. I saw that. Oh, that was so good. I just
under
heard-
the
I just
water.
heard the hiccup, and then you just completely missed that jump. Oh, it's too funny. Let me see. Are you darker? Let me see.
Yeah,
Oh, you
look,
are a little
look
darker.
at Bro. Broseph looks
Let me
like
see, let me
they
see,
got
let
a
me
tan.
see. Oh, what?
Yeah, did you just get tan or something?
That's so strange. I don't know. Yeah, I'm
That's so
super
Buy a
weird.
boat.
much darker.
Broseph drunk and
get-
vom. They're not vomiting yet. They're just drunk.
I already vomited. I have my bucket ready.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
did I show you guys my new sword?
Let me see. Oh, we jumped into each other and you knocked me down. I love it.
Let me see. Ooh. Oh,
Let me
look
see.
at that.
see.
Ooh. Too far. Ooh.
Ooh, very nice. Is it like a stick with like some stuff?
It's like
wrapped on
a-
it?
It's like a katana.
Yeah.
It's not as cool as this one though.
I mean, it's okay to be wrong, but you don't have to tell everybody about it.
Where's your pirate hat? Where's your captain's hat?
Oh, I took it off. I can put it back on.
I got the Wahlburgers thing just to touch on that. No relation to those schmucks. Just to mock Wahlberg. Oh, what's our cat fact of the day? All cats have 3 sets of long hairs that are sensitive to pressure: whiskers, eyebrows, and the hairs between their paw pads. Like they have little hairs between their little fingies.
Aw. Little tufties.
Little tufts.
Little tufties.
Tufties.
Oh, are you still working on the boat?
No.
Or is the boat all boatified?
It's all boatified. Toe beans. Toe beans.
Okay, so we're pretty looted up. I did not get a storage crate, but if we go straight ahead, we can go sink a boat and get one.
Let's do that then. Wait, a player boat?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, unless that's what that Reaper's doing.
But I still have like a 70. Really? Super not impressed.
Let's just
yeah.
set sail. We'll figure out what
Audio
we're doing.
delay is the worst. That's why I had to
Did
change
we
to a
want
different
to
headset.
do? Was there anything in particular that we wanted to do?
I mean, we don't have Yaga, so I don't think we should do Tall Tales tonight. So I am down to do some shrines. We can just straight up do treasure maps if you want to.
Treasury
Brosif,
map?
do you have any opinions?
Yeah, like
Fish.
we could do anything. So it's like,
Yeah, I
What
just
do
don't
you
think we
want
should
to
do
do?
Tall Tales without Yaga, so like whatever.
yeah. With that level 5 Reaper, we could either A, change servers to a
Mhm.
server that doesn't have a level 5 Reaper,
Mm-hmm.
or we can just not run an emissary, or we can run an emissary and the level 5 Reaper can come and try to kill us, and we could either kill them or not, or they kill us.
Okay. Are they close? Like, is this something
I
that
think
like they're gonna
they're
book
not
it for us?
they're not close, but once we put an emissary up, they'll see us. And they'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, somebody with an emissary, let me go get them.
I mean,
I mean, depending on what they're, what they want to do. They're kind of just like
right.
chilling in the middle of the ocean. I think they are actually doing what I wanted to do, so we're not going to do that.
Okay.
I think they're doing that skeleton fortress thing.
Whatever
or
whatever
fleet.
you want to do, Capitan. I'm down for whatevs. If we end up
Um,
PvPing, we end up PvPing. I don't want to, but whatever.
let's just roll the dice. Let's roll the dice. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna suggest. Let's scuttle the ship and change servers.
Okay.
All right, and we'll see where our next thing is. That's another reason why I didn't want to buy the storage crate, because I didn't know if this was going to be a good server to do. So I voted to scuttle.
Well, hold on.
We want to do the
I'm
scuttle
trying
change
to
seed.
Okay, vote to scuttle ship and change these. Yes.
How do you vote? How do you do that?
Oh, so you go to my cruise,
Okay.
and then scuttle ship is at the bottom, and then you do scuttle
And
ship and change these.
Oh, there. I see.
Yeah,
this.
I think what this is gonna do.
Should take us.
I don't even. Yeah, it's gonna do a little shinky shink. Nice
That's
and
my
quick.
gripe of the day. Otherwise, okay. How was your week? My week was a little rough. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I did not feel very well. I ended up leaving work early all 3 of those days, just because like I would go in and then like after a couple hours I would just get nauseous all over again, and then I'd have to come home and go back to bed. And but I'm feeling mostly better now. Look at Zaz with your little emotes. I love it.
And
So
we get a
just
cool
everyone just
little
solo
scuttle.
sleeps and yeah, but see, but we can't. That wouldn't guarantee that we could get on the same server together. Is the problem?
It's to get 2 boats on a server
It's really hard.
and not impossible, but it's pretty tough to do. To get 3 people on the
I was
same
joking. It
server.
would be cool. Yeah, no, I know.
Oh yeah. I know everybody. I joke around about it, but deep down inside, it's the truth of my heart that I just love to
I
be able
know.
to
I
do
mean, it's
that.
also like, it's kind of a straight up disadvantage. Like, let's be real. Like, if you could have 2 like crews of friends together, like you could just completely dominate everything, and just nobody would have a good time except for those 2 crews.
Oh, we're at Port Merrick. See, this is a good place to buy a storage crate.
All right, Capitan. Just 3
But
sloops
let's-
going ham. No. Like, if you could get like 2 friend groups on like 2 galleys and just have like, that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, it'd be OP.
Yeah, like nobody would have a good time except for those 2 ships.
Be fun,
Sounds like
though.
the best time.
No, like that's one of the things about PvP that I don't like, is when like you're not even letting anybody have a chance to fight back or anything, you know? That's when it's
everybody
like
has a chance to fight
no.
back.
Sometimes like when people spawn camp and stuff like that's you're not giving anybody a chance. I don't know. There's just a couple things where I'm like it's stupid. Like
No, I agree.
if you're a galleon and you see like a one person, like that's not a fair fight. Like I understand they took the risk and that's how the game is played, but that's not a fair fight. And you know that person is like most likely that person's not going to be having a good time having their ass handed to them. And I said most
Yeah.
likely because I know like you'd be fine. You'd be holding your own. You'd be whatever. But
I won't say I'd be fine, but no, even by myself, like when I was going up against that galleon, I really lucked out because they just weren't very good. And I'm not trying
that's
to be
what I'm
mean about
saying.
it.
Like
They just
yeah.
weren't good.
Like the only person who would be having a good time would be the galleon. And it's like there's been so many times in this game, like my time has been ruined to the point where I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna log off for the night because there's no point in getting a new ship and doing this again because this person is just going to continue to do this, you know. Like
Yeah,
that
there's
person
definitely
who like was like just spawn camping and killing Astro and I while we were trying to like scuttle the ship and like get off. Because again, we didn't know that you could scuttle from the ship of the damned, which we know now, but we didn't know at the
okay.
time.
I didn't know for a really long time. Is
Yeah.
somebody already over here draining all of these barrels?
Yes.
I
Oh,
did some.
okay. I'm
A
like,
lot.
I went to like 7 different barrels. I was like, why are all of these empty? I'm so
Yeah, I'm on it
confused.
already.
I have a storage crate.
So do
Do
I.
you have a
There was
storage
one
crate?
like on the ground. Did you not buy it?
Oh no, I didn't buy that. But that means somebody left one, which is great.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have bought one then.
Yeah, no. You should have
But
said
you know what?
something. I would have told you.
Having two's fine. Having
Good night,
two's
Arhan. Thank you for coming by and saying hello. Or I guess saying good night.
So this is the new port that they created in the game.
Is this the new one that they added since this update, like the other day?
Yeah, they
Nice,
well,
nice.
basically didn't add it. Basically, they finished it.
Oh.
So now it's officially Port Merrick, which is hilarious because Merrick sucks and nobody likes Merrick.
Who's
But
Merrick?
they gave him. He's just an NPC, and through the story of Sea of Thieves, he did some stuff, and he was really annoying because he was on this one sea post that you could sell fish at, and then he died stupidly, and then
Diglett in
there was
chat.
nobody on the sea post to sell the fish to, and they didn't replace him until recently. And it was just this big to do because no, without fail, you would always end up at that sea post. Like you're just running around, you could no matter what you're doing, you just end up at that sea post.
Mhm.
Like time to sell my fish, and then it was like, oh no, no one's here because he's dead, and they didn't replace him. And it's like, son of a bitch. So everybody just hates Merrick
How
for that.
inconvenient.
For that reason. Yeah, how dare you die defending this place, actually. So, you know.
Diglett dig. Diglett dig.
Dig, 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 dig.
Oh yeah, that's
So
right.
there
That is
aren't-
what they sound like. That's right. That's right.
There are no Reapers on the map, so this is
Okay.
good. We
what
could
do
raise an
we-
emissary.
What do we? I think my Order of Souls is still the lowest.
Yeah, tell me
Um,
what you tell me
But
what
yeah,
your
let's look at what
like,
Brosif's going for right now. Because if Brosif has something that they need to catch up on, like we can do that. Because I have 2
I'm-
that are right at the cusp of 50.
I'm catching a fish.
Okay. After
Only
you
one
catch
sec.
your fish, yeah. After you catch your fish, we'll have you look.
Well, and here's the thing: anything that we do should be helpful for Brosif, only because they're so new to the game that there's no way they're close to being.
No, I know,
Cap
but
anything.
whatever one
Oh.
one of theirs is the lowest, we can at least kind of start to even their spread a little bit. Whoa, that sounds
Ayo.
Ayo. Ayo.
Brosif talking,
Unless-
spreading it over here. They are a power bottom.
I just got an
You
olive plantain.
rang. Ayo.
Oh.
I just got a really cute fish. It's really pretty.
That's why sometimes I'm like, don't let me speak on the internet.
Also, I just want to say, 86 Driver said a nice thing to me last night, and it stuck with me.
Aw, what'd they say?
They just said that they appreciappreciated me.
Oh, I appreciate you.
I know, but Like
He's
I've
like, I
known you
know,
for
but I don't
like
care.
I've known you for like over a decade. You're
That's true.
supposed to appreciate me.
That's true.
Ah,
Oh,
It's probably actually closer to 20 years now.
yeah, something like that.
where do I see my information about the numbers you were asking for? Sorry, I still don't. I don't.
Oh,
remember
hold on,
buttons
I'll show
very
you in a
well.
First
second.
of all, here's like so theoretically speaking,
It's not a power
if
bar, but he can be sometimes.
if I was gonna answer that question, where would the answer be? Theoretically speaking.
Okay, so nope, so it's not that one. Okay, so in your like equipment menu, like your storage or whatever that you like your stuff is, so you go to pirate log across the top, and then you go to reputation.
Pirate log.
Uh-huh.
Reputation.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then on the second page, you're gonna have Gold Hoarders, Merchant Alliance, and Order of Souls. Which one is your lowest?
Merchant Alliance is at 30.
I was gonna say let's say which one is each one at. Let's
Yeah.
check that.
Merchant Alliance is at 30. Order of the Souls is at 33, and Gold Hoarders is at 37, with Gold Hoarders being the closest to being the next level,
Okay,
and Merchant
okay.
Alliance being the
Okay.
lowest.
So I would suggest
Since you're
that
5.
we do Order of Souls because they're not that far apart. I mean, Merchants is their highest.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, Order of Souls is my lowest, and it's 42, so I'm good with that.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that. All right, I'll meet you. Let me drop the stuff off, and I'll meet you over there and do the thing. Chaos might be a smidge loud. Chaos is loud. Okay, I'll turn Chaos down individually. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff I want to do this weekend. My audio being one of them.
Someone look at my fish.
Chaos, say
Ooh.
something. Say something again. Just keep talking. Just keep making noise.
Check baby 1 2 3 4. Check baby
Okay,
1 2.
perf. Thank you.
Was it though?
It was. It was actually, that was perfect. That was the perfect length of check I needed. Check your buttholes. Have you checked your buttholes? Get up, butt up.
Okay, so let's
Burr.
go. We'll do the we'll do the emissary uptick thingamabobber. And all right. So Broseph, where are you?
Where's
Here.
the ladder here?
It's right here.
It's not
very-
next to the
it's-
ladder of the boat. I can't find my keys.
I'm confused.
Have you checked your butthole? Get up, butt up, burr.
It's nice. It's nice fish.
Thank
Very
you.
very big skull piece.
Yes, head.
It's like
big
a 5 head.
Like 5 head. Like I relate. If this is my son.
Okay, I
Oh,
put my vote
what?
for souls.
Oh my god, I can't. There's a map on here? None of the
I-
other outposts have big maps like this.
I put my vote for souls.
Let's souls it.
Souls. Oh wait, this is a map?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, it's a map table.
that's neat.
Okay, so where are
Ooh,
we?
you have another Order of Souls out here, though.
Do I have to do something?
Nope, it was it's majority vote, so 2 out of 3.
Oh.
What am I stuck on? Fucking stick!
Fucking stick.
I can't wait to play that game. Guys, next weekend, I'm gonna do a bonus stream because #sponsored. I'm getting Dead Island 2. I got the key sent to me by the developers. So that's gonna be exciting to kill some zombies next weekend.
Okay, so the good thing about Order of Souls is the missions are pretty straightforward.
Hmm.
Oh, you know what? Let me check to see what I have for quests.
Oh, my food's here. #sponsored. #BRB. Somebody get my food.
Alright, let's not do ghost ships. Let's do skeleton bounties. Okie dokie, buying some extra foods. But I don't think I'm gonna buy meats this time. Oh my god. Broseph. Oh, you're
Mhm.
fishing. As I say, come over here and listen to the sound of this
Yep.
shipwright's voice. It's the most annoying sound ever.
Where is it?
Right by me.
Oh, over there. One second.
Yeah. Come talk to this person.
This person here?
Yep.
Sharon?
Yep.
Hello?
Hello! Hello!
Hello? Hello?
It's really bad.
She seems like nice.
Like, I don't want to be that guy, but excuse me, madam, your voice terrible. Alright, I'm gonna go down. Oh, well, before we go, we have to have you listen to Sharon's voice.
No. I
Yeah, we
I heard
have
what you were
to.
saying about me.
No. Come with me. Come with me. Follow me.
Okay.
No, up the ladder. Up the ladder. Just follow me. Chat needs to hear this voice.
Oh no.
Speak with Sharon.
Hello?
Hello.
Can I help?
Can I help you?
What? Did
What?
you say something?
It's so bad.
Bye.
Bye. Why is she like this?
I don't know.
It sounds like the person who recorded her voice lines was like being held at gunpoint and she was terrified.
Exactly. Exactly. If you could vote for the quest on the map.
Me?
Or,
Anyone?
yeah, the quest on the thing. Anyone.
Take a bite of mine.
You know, I feel bad. I should actually go over there and be like, hey, can you fix my boat? But after just making fun of her voice, I'm just like, you know what? I'll just get it at the next place.
Let me get a bite. Here. Was it good?
What are you eating?
A pepperoni melt thingy?
Oh. What? I thought this was gonna give me 5.
You
5, that's weird.
have to sassafras it. You have to go.
Where did you get the za?
From Pizza Hut, because I live in Podunk nowhere, and everything else was closed.
I mean, I like Pizza Hut.
Yeah, I'm excited about these Cinnabon minis though, guys.
Ooh.
Look at these. Look at these. You cannot.
Oh.
You can't see how much frosting is on these guys.
Those look like they're gonna be good.
They are going to be. No one out pizzas the Hut. You're right, driver. You're right. Are we sailing? Sail!
Yeah,
we have not
I
left
thought
at
I
all.
got a different. I thought I got a different quest. The quest we're gonna do is fine. I thought I got a different one that was gonna give us like 5 of them. It only gave us like 1, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna get done with that pretty quick. So.
Don't you have to buy the 5-pack or the 3-pack or whatever?
Nah. Well, I mean you do, but it ain't no thing but chicken wing. All right. Let's see where we are going. Rapier K. I don't know what's Rapier K.
I got
or
a
the
new
K.
foundation. I think
What?
it's not so
New?
bad. A new foundation makeup.
Foundation? It's not
Makeup?
fair. It's not fair.
What's not there?
You just put foundation on and you look amazing, where I have to keep looking like crap naturally. And there's nothing I can do about it. Say something.
Have you
God.
seen my face?
Luckily,
Yeah, I
yes.
sat next to you in French class.
Get my foundation. So you can still see the bags under my eyes. Because I sleep 37 minutes a day.
Literally, so I have bags under my eyes, and Kels is like, you should really get those checked out by a doctor. I was like, why? Everybody has bags under their eyes. And they're like, she's like, no, they don't. Not everybody has bags under their eyes. And even if they did, your bags are particularly baggy. And I'm like, wow, I'm so glad that this is just the support structure I've decided to join, to have in my life for
Yep.
forever.
Yep. Hashtag true love.
It's my life. It's now or never. Apparently, because of these bags under my eyes, I'm not gonna live forever. But you know, it's whatever.
Oh no, I
I'll-
am absolutely
fine.
taking years off of my life by choosing to stay up and playing video games instead of getting sleep. I am consciously taking years off of my life right now.
Oh look, we're ready to go.
But yeah, I like this foundation. It's a new foundation. I like it. Yeah, it's not spotty or anything.
What's the brand?
NYX, which is
Oh, I
kind of
love
funny
Nick
because
stuff.
We're on Nick's
we're
Cradle.
on NYX Cradle, and I have a
Oh,
member of
yeah.
my community called NYX. But yeah,
That's true. No,
Yeah,
I
it's
love
NYX.
Nick stuff.
yeah.
Nick is.
It's the Dream Matte.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. They have such nice eyeshadow.
They have such nice everything, and they're super affordable, which is one of my favorite parts about them.
Yes. Very affordable.
Will it make me pretty?
It will make
You're
you
already
pretty.
pretty.
Aw, Brosep's so nice.
And a liar.
Guys,
I'm
I
a liar.
also may have spent entirely too much on like clearance Easter candy.
Never too much.
Poorly, that's a great ball.
Well, Poorly, what happened there?
Inu!
Inu, hello. What did we do today? Among Us. Was it Community Day? I want to be pretty. You're all pretty. Thank
I've
you for
just
giving a shout out to
never-
Inu.
I've never gotten into that game.
I don't like Among Us, honestly.
I like it. I want to try it in VR.
I want all of my
Because-
friends to get first class trouble.
I got nothing against Among Us. It just, I don't know. It's like I've played it a few times, and I'm like, okay, you know, this is cool.
Mm.
Yes, you know, like it's fun for me. I think the problem is it's fun for about like one match.
Like,
maybe
I can't
two.
play for more than like an hour max.
Yeah, it's like okay, this is our life now.
I'm going to do raid stuff, so I'll be back in a moment.
Okay, I'm gonna kill these skeletons.
Okay. Sakura, hello, welcome in. I heard that it was your birthday. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for that double raid. I hope you guys had so much fun playing Among Us. Welcome in. Another Inu fan is a wonderful and beloved member of my community that I love so, so much. So any friend of Inu's is a friend of mine. So welcome in, Sakura. I hope you had a great stream. I hope you had a great birthday. And I hope you had fun. I love Among Us, but I have to play with people I know, and we are in voice chat. Yeah, exactly, Wolfie. Like, I could probably do like an Among Us community night if we like didn't take it seriously, like it did hide and seek mode, like how excuse me, like Inu just said. Hi, Bretzel, welcome in. Heathy, hello, welcome in. I know that a lot of you already know who I am, but on the off chance that you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksoul. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect. and all that good stuff. I know, like I said, I know a lot of you have already seen this because we love Inu here, and Inu comes in all the time. So I know a lot of you have already seen this, but on the off chance you haven't, I hope you enjoy. And if you have seen it, I still hope you enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I want to ride my bike! Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What I
Nate!
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Inu, please go get some food. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I had forgotten how down you got at one point in that Witcher playthrough. Oh, I was sad about my Witcher playthrough. I made terrible life choices in that game, and I was very sad. I was very disappointed in myself. Oh.
Oh, I'm running away.
Nice.
And these IMO. You should have had all the segs. It would have made everything okay. Honestly, you're probably right. I think my prudishness affected the outcome of the game. Also gonna lurk to eat dinner, gonna fish, make my matcha. That sounds so good. Sakura, please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much for the raid, and I hope that you have a good birthday cake.
I can't wait for somebody to raid you and have them be like super big Sweatlord Sea of Thieves players.
Oh no. And they just see me being the worst Sea of Thieves player to exist.
No.
It's
You're
fantastic
the
though.
worst Sea of Thieves player I've ever heard of. But
No,
you
but
have
at least
heard
you
of
but
me.
you have heard of me, exactly.
You have heard.
That would be embarrassing, honestly. I got raided by a really big ESO streamer once. And they're like, so what are you doing in the game? And I was like, running around.
You're like, well,
Well,
wait,
you
this is a
see.
game?
Well, you see, what I'm doing is... But nothing will ever top getting raided by 126 people during the middle of a sex scene in The Witcher 3, and me freaking out over the sex scene and talking about how I felt like I just watched porn with my grandparents. And everyone was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I got a raid of 126 people.
The
You
people
turned
have
so
spoken.
red. I was mortified. I was
You were mortadella?
mortified. I was mortified.
Mortadella.
I was absolutely mortified. I have never been so embarrassed in my entire life. And everyone still thinks that it's one of the greatest things that has happened on my stream ever.
The People have spoken.
The people have spoken. They think it's one of the greatest things to ever happen. Yeah. Like now afterwards, like now that it's done, like now it's like hee hee, that's so funny. But at the time, I was like, I am going to die. I'm going to curl up into a ball and I am going to die. Yeah.
Where did all this bait come from? I don't think I bought bait. I must have bought bait.
Mm-hmm. Thirsty indeed, Zaz.
I thirst. Sorry, just organizing the barrels a little bit, getting the good stuff on top.
We had spent the whole stream harassing you into making that decision, and then the raid happened, and I thought you were gonna die. I also thought I was gonna die.
It's okay though. I
also thought I was gonna die. But the funny part is the person who raided me was also playing The Witcher. So they were like, no, we totally understand. She's like, I had sex with everybody. And I was like, okay, but there's a boat.
Yeah.
There's a boat.
Like, how big?
Very large.
Oh dear. Oh fiddly dee.
The Skelly boat? Yeah, that's a Skelly
Yeah,
boat.
Skelly.
Okay.
He just like started rolling up on us. I was like,
I mean,
I'm just
we
getting
could-
flashbacks of that one kid who's like, I'm friendly. I'm not friendly.
We could theoretically take on a Skelly galleon with this boat. It's a good boat.
With a brigantine, with a Bridget.
Yes. It would be a little annoying, but it would be better because we have 2 cannons.
Yeah. Good times, guys. Good times. I'm thinking of making.
Oh, I'm gonna
Like-
vote for another quest, by the way.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm thinking of making another video, like a raid video plus, just kind of like a compilation video, to put on YouTube.
Oh, look at the fishy I got.
There
It was the
is
best of
it.
times. It was the worst of times.
He was a itty bitty little guy. I like it.
Look how pretty.
I take.
Oh my god, it's
Songs
gone.
that remind him of the better times. Sings the songs that remind him of the simple times.
Don't cry for me.
Danny boy.
Okay, now we have
I
8
get
quests.
knocked down, but I get up again. They're never gonna keep me down.
We're gonna
I
do
get
everything
knocked down,
but the
but I get up
Kraken's
again.
low.
Never gonna keep me down.
Me down.
Don't cry for me, next door neighbor.
Bow, bow, bow.
Bow, bow, bow. Hey, Ark, how are you? Ark, you never told me how your vacay was, other than getting sick.
Hello, Ark.
Chumbawamba was not on my list of things I thought I'd hear tonight. Listen. Do you
You're gonna
ever
listen to it
expect
and you're gonna
hear
like it.
Chumbawamba?
That was one of my
You
favorite
don't
albums
expect
when I was
Chumbawamba.
in grade, like,
Chumbawamba
6.
just happens, okay? Chumbawamba finds you. Yep, yep.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. I'm mapping
Yeah.
out our stuff that we're doing. Where's Snaky Island?
Snaky. Did we
Fishy.
get everything? Did we get everything off this island?
Yes, we did.
Are you sing Flagpole Sitta by Harvey Danger? Oh my god. I wish I. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. I wish I could remember the lyrics right now, but I can't.
Crooks Hollow. Crooks Hollow, you're close to here.
I know Flagpole Sitta too. Like, if I had heard it, I'd be like, oh, this is Flagpole Sitta by Harvey Danger. But I can't think of it.
Devil's Ridge? God. God dang.
Man, Wolfie, that would have been so prime if I could just be like, song. There are some good things like swimming with dolphins, but there are also there are also some not so good things like getting sick and constantly running after Rainbow, who wouldn't listen. Was that her first like vacation like that? All the youngins are so confused right now. I know. Man, I really wish I could. I really wish I could remember Flagpole City right now.
Crescent Isle. Okay, that's good. We're like right next to that. That's good.
Mm.
Good, good. And
What's the one where it's like,
Mermaid Hideaway.
and I was looking into the mirror to see a little bit clearer. The rottenness and is it rotten delusion in me, right? That's it, right? Yes. Yeah. Down to the body. Was it'll feel a bit naughty.
Now you're gonna
Yes.
get DMTA'd.
I'm not even close. I'm not sick, but I'm not
But
well.
I'm not well.
Yes, that's right. And it's so hot that I'm in hell. Yeah.
Bye.
I'm not sick, but I'm not well. It took me a second. It took me a second, but I got there. I've taken her on a cruise before with we also had my parents. Oh yeah. So she's a little bit different, more explorative now. It's about masturbation? Nah. Nah.
Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. But right. You right.
If I get DMCA'd for that, that's the official
Just
sign
show
that
them
I'm
the clip. Be like,
that's the official
really?
sign of me retiring with streaming.
Hey, hey, where'd all the pineapples go?
Oh, I have them. I just
Oh.
grabbed them because I was the least amount.
Well, the pineapples are the best food in the game, by the way.
Yeah. And?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and?
We just gotta put the sails up, and like you might be able to even get out of trouble if you got enough pineapples. You'd be like, "Yo, guys, don't shoot me. I got all these pineapples." And they'll be like, "Oh shit, you got pineapples?" You'd be like,
What's
"Yeah,
your
we got
nomenon?
pineapples."
It's like a pepperoni pizza wrap thing. Hi, Trev. Welcome in. How are you? How was your day? If it's not about masturbation, then Going the Distance by Cake is about a car race. I'm going the distance. I'm going for speed. Yeah, that's exactly what
Yeah,
it is, Wolfie.
sometimes you just gotta get the job done.
Listen, the lyrics are right there. That's what it's about. Your hair looks nice. Thanks. I had it in a ponytail all day and I just took it down before stream. And my hairdresser's mad at me because I canceled 2 weeks in a row because I have been poor. But thank you. That's very nice of you to say.
Alright, keep an eye open for some skeletons.
I will get this. I think I'm too far. I got it.
You got it. What was it?
A
Like a
fucking
skull?
no, a trident.
Fucking fish. Actually, trident's good because we're about to fight like 4 waves of skeletons.
Skellies.
Some
Oh,
skelly
here's
bellies.
another. Skelly ship.
Brosif's a great crewmate, just always fishing, getting me the fish that. Oh, a little sloopy sloop. Let's kill it.
Rosif's a good everything.
That's not true. No.
Prepare to man the cannons.
Very kindly, respectfully, fuck you. I'll be back after Scar for Sweets. Okay. Oh, because I said I got Easter candy? Like this one?
I want to kill this boat.
Oh, the Cinnabons? I want to try them. Hold on, let me try these Cinnabons before we go into battle.
Oh my god, Pinksel.
Listen.
There's always something with you.
I know. I know.
I just get drunk and go fishing.
Guys,
I need to light cans.
we're so good. I just hit myself on my nose.
We're
Wow.
actually gonna come on the other side.
Wow.
I need help with sales.
I am cinnaboning.
I got it.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Got him. No, I mean,
looked-
he's not dead. I
looked
got
at
him.
the exact
Oh,
moment.
I got him to engage us.
Nope, come back over this way.
Good shots.
Can't see. Oh, he's turning, he's spinning.
Yep. A little lower.
Too far.
Little tad lower to the left. I'm trying to get you guys a good angle.
Yeah, I don't have an angle right now.
Oh, yeah, I can't.
Thank you for the bits,
Right.
Corley, but I happened to look like right at the second they went off. But it would have got me.
Oh, no, a little bit. Mm.
Just a tad higher.
Oh, I don't have angle anymore.
They're gonna come in for a little bit of a ram play, but it's okay.
They're into ram play. Ew. Oh shit. Oh, animals.
Oh, me too.
No. There we go. Whew. Alright, this is where we're gonna do the most damage now. A little lower, a little.
Oh, can't
Come
go
on,
far.
waves, get on our side.
Right, this is high.
Good hit.
I don't have an angle yet. I'm gonna get the community hot tub today because my kids was sleep with my mom. I remember she had to play. She had a play to go
Alright,
to.
turn around.
Not cannonballs again. Thanks, Tram. I've gotten a little better with my Sea of Thievery.
I think they're almost sunk.
No angle.
Other side,
Yep,
I
I'm
think.
gonna turn the boat. They're gonna be on the right side. Starboard side.
Other side.
They're sinking.
Oh,
Yep,
good.
there they are. Nice. Good job, team. Good job, crew.
Hooray, team.
Way to murder that day.
Your
They're
other port.
skeletons. They're already dead.
Let's go over the hot tub. Responsible parent type. Good job.
Oh,
good
good.
job being sponsorable. Sponsorable. Sponsorabilities. Got sponsorabilities.
Okay, one sloop off in the distance.
I don't have
but
any
they're pretty far
sponsorabilities, and
away.
it's. Guys, I'm so excited to play with the new Mix It Up bits stuff. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that.
I still have to figure out mix it up stuff. I've got some basics now. But, can we turn the boat?
A
just put it-
smidgen.
Please.
Hi, Frankie Panky. How are you?
Oh, it's Franklin. Hello, handsome.
How are my favorite soggy scallywags? Soggy and scallywaggy.
Very scally on the wag today.
We're very scally on the wag, yeah.
Chaos.
It's what I do.
Oh, look at that ashen chest up there. Very nice.
Good harpooning.
You're doing great,
Good
Rosa.
poonin'.
You're doing great. You're good pooning. Wow.
Good poonin'.
You're
Is there
doing
any
the Frankie
more?
Panky and you turn yourself around. Well, that's what it's all about. I don't
see any
anything
more?
else. I don't.
Oh.
No, we should be good.
I don't see anything else.
Just doing a quick scan for.
Franklin, how was your day?
Reapers. No reapers. Okay, we just gotta go.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Just starting, really? Can you share with the class what fun and new exciting place you're at today? Or are you on a secret mission this time that we can't know about? If you tell us, you'll have to kill us.
Fell in the water.
Pixel, can I have the pineapples?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yar.
I see a boat off in the distance, and I'm just concerned they're gonna try to kill us. And
Fine.
Yeah. the pineapples
in
are
the
really
thing.
good food.
Good pooning sounds like a Letterkenny joke.
Good pooning.
Alright, let's keep
Guys,
an
I'm
eye
really
open
excited to work on my stream stuff. I
for
bought
skeletons.
a couple new things that I think are gonna be fun. King of the world, how dare you insinuate that I would ever do something regarding Leonardo DiCaprio? You know what you've done, Franklin. You know what you've done.
Ban.
Kansas City. Cicadas fucked outside my hotel all night long. Ew, really, Trem? Isn't that like, aren't they like stupid loud? I missed every single one because I was not reading. Not
I'm
looking.
just checking to see if there's anything decent in them.
Decent. Decent.
Couple cooked fish, but not a whole lot. Really not worth coming back to. I'm gonna get that fish. Na 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 na. Oh, you got it! Hey! Oh man, that would have been a great clip.
That was a trophy too. Oh.
It says that Pixel's stream is ending. Are you choking on a piece
Yeah.
of pizza?
No.
Instead of
Cho-
stream ending, it should have
Being
said
bullied.
Pixel's life is ending.
I'm being bullied by my chat. First the Titanic reference, and then the Dragonite. I get no respect. I get no respect in my home.
Respect.
I provide for all you little brats, and I get no respect. What Titanic reference? Franklin made a reference.
Yes. What Titanic reference so you can redo the so we can relive it.
We'll go on and on.
Wow, we're already rank 4. We're amazing.
Amazing. Are we like poking in there?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna poke right in this big ol' hole.
Wow. Amazing. Hello, my handsome
Wow.
friend. Amazing.
Amazing.
I really want to find So May from Overwatch, she has a very specific voice line, and she goes, "Amazing," and I want it so bad.
Okay, everybody off the boat.
Wait, I thought we were going in the hole.
No, not this hole. The other hole.
Piercing the cleft. Wait, do we have a storage crate?
We have 2 on the boat.
Amazing. Hey, Dirge, what oh?
It's Dirge. Oh my goodness.
What
Yep,
what oh?
and Dirge sail! Yo, fuck your snake. Oh, wait a minute. I'd say phrasing, but I knew what I did. This is like a really cool island, by the way. I like this island. There's a lot
Thank you
of
for the follow.
enemies.
Alright, is there more? It's Dirge. He's a big lump with knobs. He's got the juice. He's got the juice. Never seen a more beautiful thing. Can my mods please take care of that chat message? I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mods. Big lump with knobs. They've got the juice. They've got the juice. Never seen a more beautiful thing. It's mods.
Corn!
This is the closest I've ever gotten to hearing the It's Corn song. I had to Google it. No. You didn't have to Google it. I was singing it exactly the way it goes.
I found the skeletons.
You're doing great, sweetie. Yeah, no, it seems spot on. It was exactly. It was exactly the song. I'm actually probably gonna get a DMCA. That's how close it was.
Yeah.
Oh, Broseph,
Yeah,
here's a piggy crate for you.
I will not be taking a piggy crate at this time.
Why, Broseph? What's wrong
Whatever
with piggy crates?
Their heart was broken.
I just wanted the piggies to be.
A Kadabra in chat. You know, literally nobody's gonna catch it though. That's the whole shtick.
They're my favorite Pokemon.
Kadabra?
That whole
Or
whole
that
line
line?
of the Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam.
Alakazam. Yeah, those are good ones.
Like I just remember in Gen 1, I was like, these are the only Pokemon I want.
Oh yeah, we can put Buttspot back now because they updated it and they changed it. So it's not
so,
going to.
Oh, hey, you.
So
my
it doesn't
God.
use commands now. So it doesn't use like exclamation point or slash commands and stuff. And it's going to be less frequent because one of the reasons that it got banned, other than people using it for bad words, so there's going to be a bad word filter. Is
Imagine there being a bad word filter for a bot that's supposed to be saying, that's a butt.
well, I know, but like people were not saying butt, people were saying things far worse than what we
Oh,
were
I
using it
agree with
for.
you. I agree with you.
People were using it for far
Alright,
worse than
alright.
we were.
Alright, get back up, back up, back up. Oh god, Pixel, back up. Don't, this, you know, this works.
I'm coming.
Farth worse? Much worse. Farting and shitting and
Good.
farting.
I'm being hit. I'm being
Yeah,
hit
at
by.
first I was like, oh no, Pixel's gonna die. And I was like, you know what? This works.
That's fine, we'll sacrifice her. I died again.
Oh shit, I'm about to die.
Wow, so many people caught it. Ark, Poorly, me, Dirge, and Luffy.
Oh, and
Right.
I was too busy reviving you to try to get it, so you owe me one. You owe me one?
You're right.
It's fine. I forgive you this time.
Thank you for your forgiveness, Captain. Everyone but me. And Chaos, apparently. Even though, technically, Chaos could have tried to catch it before I started getting attacked, but you know.
Nope, I had
I will,
precognition. I had precognition that it was about to happen, and I chose you over my love for my
Wow.
favorite Pokemon.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want everyone in this chat to know right now that I would let all of you die for a Dragonair.
Just,
I would let
it's good that you thought we didn't know that.
I would let literally every single one of you die for a Dragonair. I just wanna make that clear. I just wanna put that out there. That if we are in a life or death situation, and they're like, you have to save this made up Pokemon or your friend, I will be picking the made up Pokemon every time. I'm kidding. Or am I?
No. Maybe.
Or am I? The world will never know.
We know. We know.
I'm dying. I'm gonna die.
No,
Have
you're
you
not.
tried just not?
I stopped to eat a piece of my burger and it attacked me.
Wait, I don't even see you.
I ran away.
Oh.
I have a sliver of health. I have to. Oh, I'm dead now. That time I'm dead. Someone snuck.
You
up
are
behind
his
me and
oldest
took
friend.
a
He
snack.
should choose you. I'm his oldest friend, as in I'm the oldest person that's his friend. Yeah.
No, that's totally incorrect.
I'm kidding.
Jeez. I'm thinking about all the friends I have, and I'm like, I could really get some friends my age.
No. You can't. Apparently I can't shoot this bitch either. Okay, I killed her.
Alright, I feel like
I
we're
get that.
missing
In real
some
life, not in
skulls.
CFD. She's gonna let you get stabbed to death while looking down at her phone.
My oldest friend is me, because if you can't love yourself, who can you love?
Sounds like somebody with no friends over here.
Oh god. That's so sad. Wait, why sea creatures? Wait, why?
Oh my god, there's so many.
I'll be right there.
Where's our
Grab some
boat?
food.
Where are we putting stuff? Oh, over here.
For now, we're putting it there. We're gonna move it.
They want your booty? A booty. We do have quite a bit of booty. Har har har.
Arr, arr,
Har 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 har.
arr.
Oh, son of a.
Look at Pinksel using that little pea shooter to fight this Hulk.
I know, because I had it on for the other thing. I never changed it back. Get off my dick.
Yuck.
Yuck!
I'm running as fast as my little legs carry me. Oh my
Help.
God.
Bam, 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 bam. Ooh, I missed. That was just a terrible shot. I am a really bad shot
I
on the controller,
blame
guys.
it on your ADD.
No.
Blame
it's
it on my
ADD,
ADD, baby.
No, I have lost my ability to like aim on controller, honestly.
It's okay. I used to be pretty cracked at Modern Warfare. Like, I know people say that they used to be good, but I used to actually be pretty good. Like, I wouldn't never try to go like, I don't know. It disgusts me to say pro, but I could have probably done pretty well in some locals. And I play this on controller, and I'm just like, how controller go do? Button press, yes. Indeed. I'm just so bad at games now, guys. Like, why am I like that good at this shit?
You're awesome.
Okay, so don't move the treasure. I'm coming over. I remember they're seeing a chest through the waters. What? Why is everybody trying to kill me right now?
There's so many. Like, why? Fuck. Fuck. I have no more fruit.
Okay.
So much booty.
I got my
Can't aim. I
special
know.
tech.
I used to be really good on controller, and then I switched to mouse and keyboard when I obviously started on PC. And now my aim on controller is just gone. Yeah, I'm downed.
How are you dead?
Because there's like so many over here. I don't know what.
There's
I don't understand
so
the
many.
question. There's so many over here.
One of them followed me over here, and oh yeah, there it is. I think it's coming after you there.
Back in COD days on PS3. When you were sweaty, you mean?
Like, I'm trying to remember. I think I prestiged like 10 times in Modern Warfare 2, like a nincompoop. I was like, why do I do this to myself? Did he drop? He did drop
Super hack and
shiny.
shred.
Oh, that guy dropped something too? Well, ghost now? Jesus.
Oh my god.
I'm coming.
Okay, I'm going to put shiny blue rock where we were going to put treasure. And then we can start bringing the treasure over here. Excellent.
Why ghosts now?
Because we've been on the island for a long time. Oh, I did. Probably should have got ammo.
There is no way right now. They're gonna do the charge thing. All this? Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm just making sure we're not missing any skulls, because usually every captain you kill drops a skull, but we only have like 3 skulls.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just hit them from all the way over here. I'm literally on the other side of Crescent Island. I just shot that guy.
Amazing.
Oh shit, there we go.
Yeah, there's so many ocean crawlers right now.
Oh, missed that one. My dog's over here like, bro, why are you shooting?
I know, the pets in this game are always like, what is going on?
How am I out of
What
ammo?
are we doing? Because you shot it?
Alright, now that I have land under my feet. Nice.
Hydrate? Okay.
Holy shit, there's someone right beside me here. Jeez Louise. That took a lot of health. Oh my god. I can't see it.
All of this fighting, though, has gotten us so much good loot. It's actually kind of ridiculous.
Kind of ridiculous.
Oh my god, another blue? Holy smokes. We got so many blues and reds from this?
Oh man, I'm cornered.
I got you.
Thank you.
Are you gonna drop something too? No? No?
No.
Okay. Alright, where's that red? There was a red over here. Ah, here it is.
Nope, nobody. It's gotta be a tall tale or something. There's no way this is for nothing.
Oh, is it the little spyglass thing?
Yeah.
It's for a Athena mission. Usually that's wherever you see that, there's like a chance that a NPC spawns there when you start a quest. Because they like randomize shit. Some
I
shit.
see, I see.
I might as well just carry this on.
Yeah.
Jeez, we're already almost rank 5? It's...
Like, we're like a sliver away. That's
Yeah.
funny.
Christ.
There's probably like a piece of loot somewhere on this island that would get us there. Okay, while you guys are doing whatever you're doing, I'm gonna cook the fish.
I'm back. I'm right here. I've been my friend so many times. He gave up playing the game Tetris DS, like on Nintendo DS.
Alright, now we're going south.
Or is Tetris DS what it's called?
I'm just gonna turn the boat around in preparation of our southern voyage.
Yes.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Are you getting attacked?
Yes, I am.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
I was picking up a gold pouch and I got hit.
Multiplayer option using the Wi-Fi. Oh! That's funny. I don't think I ever knew that. Like, not that it had the Wi-Fi, but that there was, like,
It has
a
Wi-Fi.
competitive version of Tetris.
Oh, is that like the Tetris
Puke
where,
mute,
like-
puke muke in chat.
I've seen people do like a 4... There's like a whole wall of people doing Tetris.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Got a storm brewing. Got birds over there too. Tetris 100 on the Switch is fun. Guys, I bought excuse me. I got that that voucher thing from Nintendo. So you can like get like 2 games essentially for $100 instead of paying for them separately.
Mm-hmm.
And I pre-ordered Zelda, obviously. So I'm thinking what I want to get for my second game. And I'm like, do I want to like save it and like potentially something can come out within the next year that I'll want? Or should I just get like something like Mario Party that I know, you know, like I'll use or whatever?
Hmm.
I was really hoping for a green, but okay. You can just be that way, I guess.
You play against up to like 100 people? That's wild. That's wild. Wolf me nice catch.
We need another Mario Kart night.
Mm.
That was so silly.
Yeah, I really want to do another community night. They're just so hard to plan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so hard to get everyone's schedules to work and games that everyone has.
Duggums.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're good. I don't think we're gonna run into this island that I possibly see.
Yes, let's plan one. Every time I plan one, it never happens, though. I have a solitaire game I'm pretty good at. The easy mode. I do like solitaire.
I'm good at being solitaire.
I'm good at being solitary, yeah. It's not multiplayer at all. Listen, we can make it multiplayer. Anything is multiplayer if you try hard enough.
Look at all those silly ghosts.
Mm-hmm. Like, I really do want to do Chef Squad again as well.
Order of the Soul's reputation increased.
Every game is multiplayer if you backseat hard enough. Hearts on the PC. Oh my gosh, Hearts. I remember Hearts. Yes, yes, yes. We'll think of something, Sarah. We'll think of something. I'll have to plan. It'll have to be a weekend. It'll have to be a Saturday or something. You're gonna go right into this if you don't stop. We plan something
I'm
far enough in
so-
advance, yeah.
I'm so glad you're so helpful with the piloting of the ship.
Wait,
I'm
if we're
trying
gonna
my
backseat
best
super
back
hard, don't we
here.
need to be armor engineers? We are all armor engineers, IRL. Don't you know? Listen, I'm just trying to help, okay? Fine, next time I won't say anything and I'll just let you crash
I knew
into
exactly
an island.
where we were. I knew. I was already in the back putting up the sail.
I'll let you just crash next time. Fine.
I'll do it for the memes. Alright. Oh, do I have food? I don't have food. I need food. Okay.
What if I did? What if I did a whole stream? I'll have to plan a game. I'll have to plan like an actual difficult game, and the whole stream is just you guys telling me what to do. Like I won't do anything without being told what to do.
Sounds like bratty behavior to me.
I think it does too, but I think it could be chaotic and fun. I am uncomfy. Why uncomfy?
Poorly can't top.
Dude, kink unlocked.
Oopsies.
I just keep discovering more and
Joke's
more.
on you, that's my kink. You guys are freaky. But it has to be like a hard game. Like it has to be a difficult game.
I vote that it be that the dolphin game, Echo.
No.
Oh my god. So not only am I gonna have PTSD of this childhood game that I've never been able to beat even as an adult, but also you want chat to try to direct me?
Oh my god.
The dolphin's gonna die.
Oh, the dolphin's definitely gonna die. I'm not good at telling people what to do, but what if we don't, what if it's not like a telling people what to do? What if it's like a community controlled? Community controlled. How's that sound? Does that sound better?
It's exactly like when you do the stuff in 7 Days to Die. It's like chat
Sure.
integration.
Sure.
It's chat integration, Poorly. That's all it is. You love chat integration.
Jesus Christ, you fucking... This skeleton is, like, cracked at Fortnite.
What if we set up like Twitch plays? Oh, yeah, like Twitch plays like Some bad decisions. Twitch play. No, I know, but I was trying to think. Like, I don't have access to like the programming that they use for that. You know what I mean? Short pulls.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking like channel points.
Oh my god.
Or like
Oh my
bits or
God.
something like that. Like bits Well, I like out veto channel points or
Why
something like
there's
that.
so many captains up here?
I'm coming.
I'm thinking. Because now there's the new bits thing in Mix It Up, and I'm curious, like, I'm just trying to think of the different things that I could use it for, you know? And, like, I'm trying to think.
Holy shit!
I'm gonna have to think of how to do it. So, like, you can do different sounds for different things, and... I don't know. I have to think. I have to play with that all weekend. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, because you can't give yourself bits, so... I'll have to see.
Yeah, how come, you know, they used to say that you could get bits for watching, whatevers.
Yeah, you used to be able to get like 5 bits at a time or whatever if you watched like a whole bunch of ads. Yeah, they got rid of
Yeah,
that a
and then-
long time ago.
Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3.
Oh
Gotta make
wow,
sure we get
okay,
all-
or just don't jump literally at all. That's fine too, I suppose.
I think we have a carry chest on the boat. Actually, I know we have a carry chest on the boat. You stay with the treasure. If you could, please, Broseph. So that way I remember where I'm going back to. And I'm gonna go get the chest. I'm gonna go get a nice big chest.
Ooh.
Sounds expensive.
Depends on who the chest is attached to.
True.
Ah, we don't have... Okay, let's get that out there. Let's get that out. Nope, get out. That out of there, and then I pick it up, and then that way we can do,
I gotten everything.
like, all of the stuff.
I was trying to give my cat a treat and the skeletons attacked me, and I find that very rude.
That is very rude. They don't understand.
Oh shit, they got a blowy
got
yucky, I gotta run. I don't have a gun. I don't have bullets.
It's okay, get away from him.
Nice.
Thank you, Captain.
We did it.
And then it was just up here.
I'm on fire.
Don't
Oh
be
no!
on fire, you're too
Whoa.
cute.
Light 'em
Aw.
up, light 'em up.
No, there's too many things over here.
Did you take the
Okay,
chest?
so I have chests.
Oh, you have it, you have it.
Okay, that's all that's all of them.
Going.
That's the carry.
I just straight yeeted. I was like, I'm not fighting these guys right now.
Mhm.
Oh, the May? Thank you, Corley. It was just something that I was just, oh, I want this, and I just had to. But thank you. Is it just amazing? That's all it is.
I saw a boat over there. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I could just harpoon this up.
Oh, look at all these chimkins. If right, but it was the first one I found. Okay. Well, thanks for looking into that. I didn't have to do that.
Okay. What?
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna go get some ammo. Shoot.
Shoot that thing.
Oh, doggy's scared. He's running. Okay, hot dog.
Hot dog.
My hot
It's
dog.
Okay, hot dog. I'll hold you. It's okay. I rock you. I rock the doggy.
I rocked a doggy.
Oh, damn.
Um, Scour this island for every last
I mean, we don't
resource.
need that much resources.
Listen, I
We
scour
hit-
this island
Hmm.
for every
pretty well
last
stocked.
resource.
Well, the longer you on the island, the more people, the more things are gonna spawn.
And
us
then you
using
kill
the
them.
resources,
And then
that
therefore
you-
we have more stuff.
but it takes stuff to kill the stuff.
Ammo's unlimited.
All right, you got me there.
True.
You know what? She had me in the second half.
Ammo is unlimited. Don't come at me with that. Can you give me?
Surplus unlimited.
So with unlimited surplus.
I can't believe I just sniped this big ass monster with the cannon all the way over here, and he didn't drop anything. Oh, but there's guys coming this way.
Ow. Ow.
Are you trying to harpoon me right now?
No. There was a thing on the beach. I didn't know if it was a treasure or just a thing. It was just a thing. But I wanted to make sure, so I just typed it a few times. I want it to be safe.
Safe. There's so much fruit in here. I'm gonna eat all the pineapples before chaos gets back.
No,
Eat
don't do
every
it.
Let's have a pineapple party.
A pineapple party?
Whoa, is it an upside down pineapple?
Ooh, pineapple
Mm.
upside down cake sounds so good right now.
Oh, you
I've
poor,
never had
poor
one.
sweet summer child.
You've never had a pineapple upside down cake?
Mm-mm.
They're very good.
I want them so bad. They sound delicious.
I like pineapple.
All right, I hear the you jerk ghost. I'm like, I hear the ghost. I'm ready for him. and then
You
he just-
son of a.
You son of a ghost.
All right, can you poon me?
Whoa.
Sure can.
You can't
Where are
just
ya?
ask people that, Chaos.
I thought you were actually. That's the opposite. I thought you were in fact supposed to act people to be pooned in order to poon you. It's called consent.
I mean, it's
Control.
true.
Aw.
Oh, both of us just had the click of shame right there.
Yeah.
RJ,
Click
okay.
of shame. I like that. Well, sounds
God,
about
the pet
time
owner
to-
in me keeps hearing the dogs like crying, and I'm like, what do you need? Mill tank. There's your mom in chat.
Okay, what? It's somebody does something in the, there's some sound effect in this game that sounds like Rainer crying in the other room, and it's like I think it's when you guys are playing a certain song, maybe, or maybe it's a certain instrument. But it's like whenever you guys are doing it, I'm always just like, is Rainer crying? I gotta go
This is
check.
literally
Anyway.
me crying.
And then I
Yeah,
get in
it's
there,
us
and he's
crying.
just like crying. He's just like laying there silently, just like, oh, okay, you're okay. I'm just being a dumb dad, I guess. And,
No, you're being a good dad. Checking to make sure.
Okay, so we do have a lot of loot on here.
Mhm.
And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, do we have? Yeah. Oh, I guess we do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more islands to go to. Do we want to? Well, let's do one more island. Ooh, that's a big island though. Do we want to sell? We have to
Let's
go
sell.
past this island to get to a place to sell. That's why I'm like, maybe we'll do one more island and then we'll sell.
I think that's fine, yeah.
All right, so we need to go east, southeast. Wait, we have 3 storage crates now?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
You're the same mom as Cubone. No. Miltank is everyone's mom.
Oh, that's not good.
What's not good?
Oh god. Is this gonna hurt us? Is this gonna hurt us? Keep moving, go, go, go!
Did you risk it for the biscuit?
Interesting. That was... Yes, there it goes.
Risk it for the sea biscuit. Yeah, 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 yeah.
God, they dropped a treasure on there. It's
We
too late
cannot
to go
be
back.
tempted. We cannot be tempted.
Alright, so we need southeast.
Okay.
Just waiting for this fish to be done.
Such organizational skills. I do have them skills.
I need to get some more trinkets.
Yeah, I do too.
I have to really debate whether or not I want to spend all of the frickin' money on the Plague Doctor set, because unlike the other costumes that you can buy,
Yeah.
this Plague Doctor set is actually like pieces of clothing.
Yeah.
You can like mix and match it, and I'm like, I specifically want the gloves. The gloves look like a better version of what I have. And like I want the whole thing, but
You
like
know,
I also want
I
trinket.
feel
you know?
I feel like
Yeah.
if it's a game that you enjoy and a game that you want to continue to be supported by the devs, then I don't have a problem occasionally spending like monetary transactions on them. You know?
I feel the same way. Even the games that are like free to play games are games that like I didn't buy this game. My
yeah,
buddy
I have it
showed
on
me
Game
bought the
Pass.
game for me.
You know. Yeah.
Mm.
So I'm like, you know what? Like I play this game a lot, so, and I didn't buy it. I actually bought it for a friend of mine. They're like, oh, I don't know, and they didn't have like, you know, they actually kind of got mad at me because they told me never to buy them games, and then I bought them this game like on the sly. Like I literally got on Steam, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can like buy people games and like gift it to them, and then I just did it, and they were like, what the fuck? I was like, I literally told you not to do that, and I was like, I know, hee hee hee.
Yeah, that happened to me the other day when I bought Suns for a couple people.
Oh,
Oh, I gotta ask you, because I saw you stream it a few times. I mean,
Uh-huh.
was Arkham Knights just like a dud? I saw some weird reviews for it.
You mean Gotham Knights?
Gotham Knights, sorry.
Gotham Knights was not a dud, but Gotham Knights had a lot of things that I felt were disappointing. For example, you only have, at least last time I played it, and I haven't played it since any updates, there's one save file.
Yeah, I
So-
remember you mentioned that.
I started a co-op with Astro, and then I wanted to play a solo on stream, and I couldn't. It was one save.
so annoying.
And it was I had to overwrite the one that Astro and I did. And I felt that it didn't have much replayability. Like one effing save, I know. It's so stupid. Once I finished the game, I had no desire whatsoever to go back and replay any missions or go back and upgrade any gear. Like once the story was done, like I felt I was done. Like I didn't feel any desire to replay the game or explore anything that I missed. I just thought it was a good one shot.
You know, it's funny. That's kind of
Look
how I
at my
feel about
fish.
like Monster Hunter.
I know, I see. It's blue.
Okay,
Thank you for the
let's
clip,
put
Curly.
put some sails up. Perfect.
You don't sound very thankful. No, I'm always thankful that you guys take clips. Even if they're bullies.
This isn't the best place to park this boat, but fuck it, why not?
Who would ever bully? No. Definitely not my chat.
Alright, I'm going to... We gotta turn off some of these lights. on top deck, so we do not attract attention. Alright. Alright, let's find the skeletons. Let's see, Plunder's Valley, right?
I wonder how long it would take to get the achievement to like land on every island.
I think there's like, I don't know. One of these days, maybe I'll do it. Maybe we all can do it.
Maybe.
There's only 74 islands,
Yeah.
apparently.
Allegedly.
Never ever, Wolfie. 525,600 minutes.
Rant. That's rant. Rant.
How do you measure? Measure by you. Oh, I have skellies over here.
Okay, that's where we want to be.
They're shooting me.
How does that make you feel?
Sad.
Oh my god, why do I never get ammo for my gun when I leave before I leave the boat?
I'm not sure. It's almost like you've played this game before.
I know, I play it a lot.
Ooh, guys, what if that's what we do? What if it's a
Oh
chat
my
controlled
God.
Witcher 3 playthrough?
Also, by the way, the skellies that we're looking for are where I am. Oh, you're just looting. Okay. I see you. I see you in your chat.
What? I'm being
Such
helpful.
a loot goblin.
I'm being helpful. Listen, you can't use any of my pineapples then if you're not appreciative.
All I'm saying is that when the poop hits the fan and people are trying to murder us, you're gonna want me to have the pineapples.
Well, then maybe you should be a little bit more appreciative of the fact that I'm a loot goblin.
This should work. This should be fine. Oh, this is not fine. I miscalculated this cannon fire. Wait. Oh no, I'm good.
You landed. Only if I don't have
Oh.
to make another spreadsheet. No. Absolutely, you're gonna have to make another one.
A spreadsheet?
How else are you gonna stop up the poop without shoving a pineapple up there? I don't think a pineapple would be like the optimal up the poop chute blockade. Then I vote against The Witcher 3. Poorly, if you can't do your mod duties, then you just have to say that.
Womp,
Duty.
womp, womp.
And
Oh,
then
where
we'll
are you?
find
I heard you
somebody
shoot at
who-
me. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where?
Oh my god, hello. Who shot me? Where are you? Excuse you, sir.
Sometimes you just gotta work with what you got. And so pineapple, so you get a pineapple and you're like, yes, this works. Which end goes up first?
The leaves.
The leave end goes up first?
No. I don't know. No end.
Or does it go sideways? The spiky leaves? Listen, guys. Y'all are freaks. Chris, Chris, how do you feel? How would you feel? How do you feel? What
Oh
do you
my
think
God, really?
of,
Hey, bring that storage chest over here.
if I did a entirely chat-controlled playthrough of The Witcher 3?
Okay.
I'm coming.
Is there any fire bombs in there?
In where? In this?
In your storage crate?
I don't know. I'll have to look. I
Well-
have blunder bombs.
Those might help.
I'm coming.
These things are like
Fuck
immune to storage.
You! Holy shit! Fuck you!
Ah, shit, this is too high up. For
Oh
fucks.
fuck! That's so
what do you
mean.
got? What do you got? What do you got? Come back.
Oh, I was looking for you. I'm sorry. Here, I dropped it.
Oh, only 3. That's not good. No ammo? You cocksuckers. Oh, there's pineapples in here.
They're my pineapples.
Alright, get out of here.
I didn't set it up. You took it there. Well, now my feelings are hurt. So you guys have Chris to thank for not getting a chat-controlled playthrough. So now I'm sad. I
Way to
made
go, Chris.
bad choices.
And that because I teabagged you?
Is it because I teabagged you?
Oh my god, I can't believe I just pulled that off. Alright, let's get some fire bombs, because I am good at this game and I know what I'm doing.
Is what I do. It's true. True dat. Chris, you don't play this, do you? I don't think I've ever seen you play Sea of Thieves.
Everybody should.
I think he
I'm
said
gonna
he
regret
used
this
to.
again.
If I remember
Everybody,
correctly.
everybody used to play Sea of Thieves.
I've never played Sea of Thieves.
I don't even know what Sea of Thieves is.
Sea of what?
That. Sea of
There
Five.
we
I was
go.
like, oh.
I'm good at this game.
I
I'm
said Jack, but I was gonna say the
amazing.
pineapple is rib. Ooh. No, we moved on from the pineapple. I thought we moved on from the pineapple.
They'll never move on.
No.
Wait, I hear you. I hear you.
Sea of Thieves
I hear-
nuts. Yeah. Yeah. It never gets old. What's this? Oh, bait. A bait crate. A
Oh,
bait
come
crate.
Stop eating.
I literally had to use a fire play
Star
by
you?
lighting my stuff on fire and lighting them on fire with my fire self. Is somebody gonna pick me up?
No.
I'll try. I'll
I
try.
will.
Oh,
I
you're
will.
gone. Ah! I need to find ammo.
Yes, now we have red flames because I'm so emo.
Red doesn't go with the aesthetic.
Excuse me? We're changing the whole thing. God, I'm such a loser. I should be, like, streaming right now.
Yeah, why aren't you?
Because, like, I don't know. I'm a loser, baby. So I don't kill
Don't you kill me.
To star me and then star us. Shut up. I can't believe I laughed at that.
Alright, no more gold skellies. Give me, like, not... Come on.
You can't have Franklin in your chat. What's the point? What's the point? If you can't have Franklin, then there's no point. There's no point in streaming. If Franklin's not in your chat, you might as well just give up. I'm sorry. Those are the rules. So
Yeah,
everyone
that's
who's
true.
live right now, just
Give
sorry. Just give up.
Just stop, okay?
Just stop. Stop trying. Just stop. Stop living your dreams, because dreams are only when you sleep. And
If you're sleeping,
if
you're not grinding.
and if you're sleeping, you're not grinding. So I dropped it. Just saying, and if you ain't grinding, then you ain't streaming. And then if you ain't streaming, you ain't dreaming. See, it all comes full circle. I don't fucking know what I just said.
If you
Never
ain't
stop
streaming, you
stopping,
ain't
never.
If you
Dreaming.
ain't
never stop.
streaming, you ain't dreaming.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Dude, I just said that this one time. It's been my whole life!
I'm so damn lost. I had a dream about having a sword duel with Tony Shalhoub today. What does that mean? Listen, if I had to consult the dream cipher, which
Does somebody want to come help me with these two skulls? We have
it's a
two
very
skulls
hard,
here.
very hard book to
You know,
to
if you
read.
jump into that cannon, Rosif, and shoot yourself, you'll land up here.
Wow, he wants you to
Don't-
shoot yourself.
Just don't modify the cannon at all. Just get in, and then launch it.
In the Tony, what does a Tony Shalhoub symbolize? Listen, it just means that you
Oh my god.
you fear inadequacy in comparison to Tony Shalhoub.
Not funny to me.
Lady, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, what are you playing? Are you playing some Faz? Oh my gosh, you do like solo Faz, like crazy difficult stuff. Let me mute
Oh
my
my God,
Discord and
I
stuff so
never
I can
survived
chat with
that.
chat. I'll be back in a second, guys. Welcome in, Raiders. How is your stream? Oh shit, how is your stream, lady? How are you? Welcome in, guys. If you don't know Lady Lone Wanderer, she is not only is she one of my favorite streamers, but she is one of the first friends that I met and that I made in the streaming space. She's super supportive. She's a great streamer. She's so fucking funny, guys. She's so funny, honestly. Do yourself a favor and give my friend Lady Lone Wanderer a follow if you are not already. And for those of you who came in over on that raid, hello, hi, welcome in. If you don't know who I am, my name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of like see what we're about, what to expect, and just the general vibes of the channel. I hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate, it's Uranus. I am Cat, I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I wanna be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What I
Nate!
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. I made it back to the boat during all that, but thank you so much for the raid. I know Lady said that she is not staying. She's tired, but for any of you who came over on that raid and are choosing to come and stay and hang out with us tonight, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Alright,
I return.
reorganizing. You used the wrong storage crate.
How did I use the wrong storage crate?
You used the one that I was using to store all the fish.
Why? I put this one. Oh, I've been putting it over here, and I guess that's the one you took. So what other one even is there?
This is the fish one. We have two others right here.
Oh, see, yeah, I was putting them over. Okay. Well, I apologize.
I should-
Thank you so
I
much
should-
for
I
the
should.
follow. I appreciate that.
It's all good. It's all good. It was just funny because I was like, wait, I went to go put a cooked fish away, and I was like, wait, wait, where'd it go?
Okay.
I was like,
I
my
know now.
fish,
I know
my
now.
fish.
We are all inadequate in comparison to Tony Shalhoub. And you know, it's true. Wait, it was Tony Shalhoub the one in 13 Ghosts? Like, that's Tony Shalhoub, right?
Who was Tony Shalhoub?
Right? Isn't that Tony Shalhoub?
I don't know. Sounds like a fake name.
He's an actor.
I don't
Now
trust
this
it.
stuff is fishy. I know. I ruin everything. I ruin everything I touch. Tony Shalhoub is Monk. Yeah, but isn't he also in 13 Ghosts? Like, isn't
I
he
know
Oh,
like
he's
the
guy in
dad?
13 Ghosts.
Isn't he the dad in 13 Ghosts?
Yeah, I think so.
That's Tony Shalhoub, right?
I don't know. Define father.
The father-esque figure. I don't know. I haven't seen it. You haven't seen 13 Ghosts?
I don't
13
understand
Ghosts.
why people say it's bad. I'm like, 13 Ghosts is the opposite of
No,
bad.
13
It's
Ghosts is
the
not
best.
bad. 13 Ghosts is like pretty much like one of the only horror movies I can watch.
Yeah, 13 Ghosts is amazing.
Yeah, 13 Ghosts is good. It's really like, it's really clever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought it was. I think 13 Ghosts is really cool.
I
I don't even know what that is. Scooby-Doo spin-off? it does have Matthew Lillard in it, but no.
It's way spookier than Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Unless. I got nothing.
Alright, so this one's empty, so I'm gonna put it here.
Oh, there's.
That way,
I was
if
like,
we
wait, is that another
need to
ghost
fill
out
it,
there?
we can fill it later. No, that one's a wood. Trying to suck organizes. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna get We're gonna get so rich off this run here, guys. You don't even know.
Good, because I am under 1 million again, because I keep buying stuff.
Broseph gonna be able to buy a whole nother boat after
I know,
this.
Broseph was like, Broseph, what did you start with? 100
Today,
something?
175, and we're up to like 7,500 without even selling anything yet.
Yeah. That's just the gold we found, yeah. With the racist ass middle gypsy. Who's them?
Okay.
Scooby-Doo and the 13 Ghosts? I don't know that one. I don't know that one. Are you messing with me? Little. Are you messing with me? I really don't know. It had Vincent Price? But it was like an animated one. Like, it wasn't the one that had like Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze Jr. and stuff, right? Like, it was like animated. I don't think I know that one. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so I also I like Scooby-Doo, but I was never like a Scooby-Doo kid. Like, I didn't like watch all the Scooby-Doos. 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. Yeah, it's animated. Can't say I've seen it. It
One of
was
those
a
movies that was like
Scrappy-Doo.
super corny, but also not. It was like
What, Scooby-Doo or 13 Ghosts?
13 Ghosts.
Yeah, it's a little corny, but like, I thought it was really well done. Like, for what, and they did a lot of practical effects. Like, you're gonna hit this. Oh, no, you're not.
I know.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Oh! I just fell off the boat.
Oh, we bounced? We didn't hit? We bounced?
I'm
Beautiful.
the best.
Beautiful.
But I'm also off the boat. I'm also off the
Steering.
boat. Raise sails. Raise sails.
Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, did you get the other one?
Come on. Where is my mermaid? There you are.
13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo is a very short-lived series. Was also that's what Franklin said. Vincent Price was in it. No, I know Scrappy-Doo is his nephew. I know that.
All right. Where are we?
We just went straight forward. We didn't really lose our.
Okay.
heading.
Or like I
Um,
could still, I could still see you when we were.
Yeah,
going,
like
so.
we literally barely bounced off that island. Like we didn't get like set off course or anything.
Okay, so we need to go southeast. I lied. I said we were gonna sell after that big island, but we're so close to this other small, and it's
This
a
is
small
what happens
island.
every time, Chaos.
No, I'm just letting you know. This one's gonna be quick. If all three of us get on there and we fight the skeletons, it should go really fast.
So no looting.
I don't like this.
I don't think we need to loot. I'll check our barrels, but I think you've been doing a
Chaos,
really
we
good
always
job.
need to loot. Chaos, we always
Now
need
who's
to loot.
coming to the dark side?
We always need to loot. How are we supposed to trust you? I know. That's what I'm saying. It's just. It's always. This is what an addict says. One more. Just one more. Just one more. Just one
Just
more.
one more.
Chaos. Just one
one
more.
more
Broseph, with their fishing. Just one more. Just one more.
Just one more fish.
Just one
We're
more
all
fish.
dying.
Just one more
We're all
island.
dying. Joseph is like, that's
I'm like,
okay.
I gotta loot.
I caught this trophy.
I'm getting a trophy.
I gotta loot. I gotta get all the loot. We're an excellent team. You loot then shoot. This is the way. You know that's a command, Poorly. I believe it's exclamation point the way, and it's very quiet, and I don't know how to make it louder, and I'm very sad about it.
Just make it louder.
I don't know how. Just do it. Just do it.
Just do it.
Jeez, like, aren't you a streamer or something?
I know. I'll have to like put it into an audio thing and raise it up, or I don't know. Guys, I'm a streamer only in name. I don't know how to do anything. Just do it better. Just be better.
You know what would be a great channel name?
What?
And stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. Imagine a channel just called Streamer.
Welcome. This is Streamer.
I did know that, but my Swiss cheese brain does not remember thing. Swiss. My Swiss cheese. My Swiss cheese brain. Look at all this organization. Look at that beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I have to update. I have to add a lot of the commands because there's some commands that we have that aren't listed.
I just actually added a panel because somebody else did this, and I was like, oh, that's really convenient. So, and I think you have one for your games. Do you have a panel that like brings you to a page that just has all your commands on it?
No, because I have all of mine. At one point, I had them all in chat, so you could do like commands.
Well,
And it would
actually,
do, like,
as
what?
long as you're using Stream Elements.
I'm not. I'm using Mix It Up.
Oh. Oh, you don't have anything going through Stream Elements at all?
My alerts are the only thing left.
I was gonna say, I think Mix It Up has it too. All I know is exclamation point command brought up like a lot of the commands that I have that I was like,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, no, it does do that, and that is an option. But I don't have that. I have that auto option turned off because
Anchor?
I have mine anchor.
Anchor? Yes, please.
Because I have mine set to like a more kind of interactive command, and it was like, oh, these are chat commands, like these are game commands, these are sound
Alright,
commands, you know.
Raise anchor. Sorry. I thought. I was
Poorly, I
raising the
know.
stream.
Like it's literally right there on my notebook, right there. I see it. I just keep forgetting. If I buy the sound name, can I get my heart will go on and on?
It's a small world after all.
I guess I have to isolate so it's just the vocals, and it can't be longer than like 5 to 7 seconds.
Oh, God, I
God,
fucking
Poorly
suck
wants
at
a
this
sound
game.
command of me though, and I hate it.
Why am I so bad at this game, guys?
The disappointment in your
You're
face.
awesome.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make this as easy as possible.
easy as pie.
I do love pie.
I do love pie too.
Alright, let's see if we can do this in the sweatiest way possible.
Fantastic. No. I'm not fantastic. I'm the worst. You
Little bit
literally
higher with the
spent
cannon?
your hard-earned points, and I literally just keep forgetting.
A little higher. There you
There
go.
we go.
There you go. There's one in the water too. If you want to go a little to the left, if you can. There's one
Hard-earned
on the
points.
island as
Yeah.
well.
It's really difficult to sit here and listen to me. So, your hard-earned points. Oh, you know what I do need to do? There's drops
Your
from-
taxes.
No, I already got my taxes back, actually. I need to find a stream that has, like, that's New World for, like, 24 hours straight, so I can get these dumb drops. Go piss, girl. Oh, I don't have to pee.
Alright, if more skeletons pop up there, then that's where we need to be. Ah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
There he is, malicious Malm.
Texted you and said I did find one. No, I know. Is it Streamer House? Is it the same place as before? You didn't. You didn't text me. I just don't want to have to do it every fucking 4 hours. But
We
over the
did
weekend probably is
it.
not a bad idea.
Nice.
It's actually
Yeah,
not
pick
a
that
bad
Uh,
idea.
Oh my god, I'm out of ammo.
What? How did that miss? That one definitely missed. We're gonna have a good season this year. Oh yeah?
Alright, let me know when you pick up that thingy.
I got the skull and killed another
Except
one.
it drops
Oh,
on my
wow.
phone and leave the stream on
Yeah.
my computer. But is it Streamer House? Is that the channel? Because I followed them a long time ago. But I unfollowed them because they were like entertaining, honestly. What are you guys shooting at? These skeletons over here? Yes, it is Streamer House. Yeah, I'll follow them again just for this. Especially over the weekend, because I'll probably be playing, you know, like I'll probably be playing games over the weekend anyway. So,
Oh, I thought you had the skull in your hands.
There was another. They killed another captain
Oh.
over there.
Oh,
I killed the captain while we were hanging out. So there's another one.
you are now the captain.
I am
that's
now.
how
Look
this
at
game
good
works.
job,
look at me.
Barosef.
I'm now the
I didn't follow them. No, I know, but that's what I mean. Like, I'll go pull them up or whatever.
two.
Yeah, they did something.
Oh
I
god.
don't remember what it was, but they did something New World related, like a long time ago, and I had pulled them up, and I was like, eh. Maybe it was drops. Maybe it was like one of like the drops that you had to have 500,000 hours of.
That I actually just saw that on Twitter. It was like people have to play or watch a game for like, is this it? New World 24 hours, like just to get
It's
one
20
drop?
hours for one armor set. Like, it's 4 hours per piece of
Is
the
it
armor
even
set,
good?
and it's 5 pieces. It's a skin. It's not armor like a good, like, you know,
That's
with
what I mean though.
stats.
Like, is it at least?
It's decent. It's a cute set. Nothing in New World has been so cute that I like had to have it. Like, had to spend my money on it. Like, I am not a fan of the aesthetic of New World. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I like the gameplay of New World, but I absolutely hate the aesthetic of New World. Like, I hate the clothing. I hate the armor. Like, there has not been a single thing in New World that I was like, ooh, I want to buy that. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. So you got 5,000 in-game currency. They're called Marks of Fortune or whatever. So when Nate bought the game for me, he bought like the special edition or whatever, so it came with like bonus currency. So I like sat on this currency for like 8 months because there was literally nothing in the game that was even remotely cute or like I wanted or whatever until I bought a tiara. That's the only thing that I ended up buying.
Nice.
I tried New World. I just could not get into it.
Yeah.
You prefer the
I
old
have
world?
a thing. Oh my god, get out. I have a thing where like I don't like New World alone. Like if I'm like even like LFG, like I'm not a fan.
Nicely done with that cannonball shot. That was like perfect.
Thanks.
Well done, Pink.
There'd be no sun in my sky. There'd be no love in my life. No world left for me to try, and then I get distracted. It's not bad, but like I've taken so much time off of New World that I'm so like even though I'm max level, like character level, I'm so underpowered because I don't have end game armor. I don't have like all of these like things like all these extras like stacked like it would be such a grind to even catch up. Plus like the only person left that like still plays is Chris, and it's just like the two of us can't even do dungeons by ourselves.
Nobody wants to play with Chris anyway.
Listen,
But I do love playing with myself.
don't tell him I said this, and if he's here, no he's not, but I do enjoy Chris's company from time to time.
Oh my god.
I know. But there's no proof that this was ever said, so it's fine.
Delete the
Couldn't
bot.
be me.
I was so busy at work today, I did not get a chance to like. Well, I did it, but I was watching the new trailer for just everything I watched last night. I watched again, and I was like, oh god, it's just so good to be an adult with adult money that can just do adult
I
things
know.
without having to.
I literally pre-ordered Tears of the Kingdom the other day, and not only did I pre-order it, but I like got like the Nintendo voucher that has like you can get like 2 games, and so I was like, yeah, I'm doing it. Like, make yourself feel better about yourself in comparison. Astro, hello, welcome. How are you? Astro, whoa.
Do a flip.
Do a flip? He hasn't even asked me yet. I know, it's not even the first thing he said when he came in my chat. Wow.
I bet you he was hacked. That's not Astro.
That's not Astro.
You're on your way home? Are
Alright, we gotta
you
go.
planning
Let's go
on
sell now.
thieving
now.
with us?
Yeah, we're going south. We're going south. We
Or
gotta go
were you
south.
just gonna wait until later and then we can do
Well,
the
I'm looking
other?
at the time. I do have an appointment at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So
No, that's fine.
So,
So
you can
we
play
went
until
ahead and
3.
sail.
sale. I'm gonna
Sale.
set up the appointment. All right, let's drop some sales.
Sail. If you're still playing, I'm down. Well, we would have to ship it, but we'd have to switch these. But
No,
If-
you're doing the wrong way. You're going.
What?
I don't know.
No, they
I don't
Pixel
know.
was turning the sales, and I'm like, what are you doing?
I was literally
It's not-
reading chat. Like, what do you mean? No, don't say never. Astro. God, this is one of my least favorite things about you.
Astro, come and play.
Whenever I'm like, okay, we would have to do this, he's just like, never mind. I'm like, no, like you're
Astro.
still invited. I'm just telling you that we would have to switch boats. Like that doesn't rescind the invitation.
Yes, it does.
We're just letting you know
Astro.
you can't jump in
Okay,
right
guys.
now.
Go to the moon.
Like the other
Find
day,
a-
he was like, "Can we play the
find a moon
forest?" And I
boat.
was like, "Yeah, I just have to get back to my base." And he's like, "Never mind." And I was like, "I just have to get back to my base."
Astro.
Astro. Don't bibble thump me.
Don't you?
Forget about
Forget
me.
about me.
Don't.
Bibble thump.
Well, here's the thing. We have all these other quests on the
Oh,
board.
Franklin. Denied.
I'm totally down to get Astro.
Okay.
But I might have to get off. I was like my cutoff time tonight. I was like, I'm gonna shoot for midnight, knowing that I'll probably play till 1.
Okay, so like we're here now. We can sell now. So, do we want to wrap it up here?
Can we just admire this perfect park job, though?
Yes, we can if you answer my question.
What was the question?
I said we're here now. Are we just gonna wrap it up here, or are we gonna continue to sail?
I mean, I'm always down to sail. Sail.
Sail.
Na, na, na,
Okay,
na,
so
na,
why
na.
don't we sail? Not
I'm just
sail.
saying
sell.
that I have about an hour's left worth of
Okay.
sailing.
Okay,
And this is
so
the perfect time to
listen.
switch to a boat.
Right, so we'll sell all this, and then we'll upgrade to a galley. And then Astro should be able to join. Can we
Indeed.
sell here?
Yeah, we're literally selling right here.
Okay, we don't have to go to the Order of Souls.
No, and also, if you guys could raise the anchor, that would be great. I'm gonna whip the boat around so we can use the harpoons.
That's smart. Wicked smart.
Wicked smart.
Like some frickin' tuna over here.
Wait, where are we going? Where are we going? Why?
Just calm down. Just
Why?
calm down.
Why? I'm
we're
so
literally
scared!
We're just turning the boat. We're
I'm
just
so afraid. What the fuck? You broke my legs!
I was aiming for the treasure, and you know what? I got the treasure.
Aw.
Woo.
Aw. I like how
Everybody-
Broseph says words that end in T. Like what? Bubbles! So many raids tonight. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Bubbles, what were you playing?
Can you angle the boat a little
Resident
bit the other way?
Evil.
Define
Where you
the
are.
other way.
Like chat.
Like left.
chat.
Because it's a little bit cut off at the.
Hold
at
on.
the
Bubbles, how was your stream? Thank you for the
try not to-
raid.
I'll
Thank
try
you
not
for
to pick you
thinking
up.
of me. We are being pirates and we are
Alright, don't
finding
touch this
all the booty. Excuse me, streamer. I redeemed
How's
for
that?
a
How's
compliment.
that?
No.
Good.
You give me compliments.
Thank y'all.
I do not give compliments to made up
Is there more
Pokemon
treasure there?
like
Oh yeah.
Dragonite.
See it. Oh, sorry.
I don't know, it scratches an itch in my brain. Love you, Pinkcell. I love you,
Oh.
Bubbles. Bubbles, we have to figure out a day where we can all play Faz together for sure. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here.
Oh,
I know that a lot
I
of you
did a
already know
bad-
who I
a
am,
bad jump
but on the
there.
off chance you don't know who I am,
Bad
or on the
jumping.
off chance that maybe there's somebody hanging out and lurking who doesn't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinkcell. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace that maybe you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of see what we're about, what the vibe of the channel and the community is. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you guys in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah!
Solid.
Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What I
Nate,
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Bubbles, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you. Oh no, I looked at no. I said nobody is looking at my PP because I kept putting the little PP down. I placed all the little paints into a PP and they kept walking over it and they weren't looking at it. I wanted them to look at the PP. I returned. You guys did such a great job selling everything.
We're not even done yet. Don't touch that chest.
This one right here to sell, the one I already
Touch it.
sold.
Touch it.
Everyone look! Touch only the PP.
Okay, so
Only.
since we are going to switch boats to a galleon so Astra can play.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm taking this.
gonna say, is that the fish seller?
I don't know.
Fish box?
I just got one.
But is it the fish box?
I don't know. I'm looking.
Well, there's
No,
no
it
point
is
in
empty.
looting if we're gonna be
No,
selling.
it's empty. I'm not going to.
Oh.
Wait, do we leave the server?
We would be leaving the server. that's
Oh,
fine.
okay, never mind.
Well,
I was
there's
gonna
a-
say, I
there's-
was like, no,
There's
we can just leave the thing.
actually there is a chance. There is
On the
a
very,
chance.
if there's not enough people on the server, or if there's room on the server, right?
Yeah. Yeah. There is a chance. So if we put all of our storage crates on the thingamabob here, there actually is a chance that we might be on this server. But there's not a chance we're gonna. Yeah. Grab all the storage crates.
I mean, there's
Look,
a chance. There's a
Sell the
chance.
fish. I saw the fish here.
This is the fish one. This is the fish one. The one I have on me right now.
Okay.
Okay, this is fish.
Okay, I come over to do the. Wait, what else down here? What is this? Wood crate?
It should be empty though. I think I filled our thing because I
Yeah.
didn't know we needed it.
That we can sell it, so.
Guys, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to work on stream stuff this weekend.
Alright, where'd you put the fish?
I spent probably I don't
The
even
fish
know.
box? Where'd you put it?
It's this one, the further one here. This one.
Okay. Yes.
What I was trying to say, where I can't stop coughing. I'm really excited because I spent probably close to like maybe $60, I think, total on all of the different orders that I did on
Alright, and
Etsy
then we just
because
need
I just like
to,
got a bunch of new stuff that I wanted to
lower
try and play
emissary.
with. And I'm excited to like do it all this weekend.
To get the final little bits of gold.
I'm following you. Okay. I don't know why. I stopped coughing.
Okay, we are now prepared for Astro.
Okay. So we go through large or both.
We are
Yeah,
prepared
we'll
for
have to-
Astro.
We go
We
through
all
large
must
or both.
leave-
It will
must
be
leave game.
Need game.
game left.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to check to see how much we made there.
Aw.
I guess we can just see how much money Broseph has.
True. Ew, but then we'd have to do math. Nobody wants to do that.
I mean, didn't Broseph only have like
175 to start. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we had like 95 to 100,000 by the end.
Maybe something like that.
Also, hello, Bubble. I didn't say hello yet. I forgot I saw you.
It's by Eris. We
Oh, that's nice.
love
yeah.
Eris here. We stan Eris.
My Pokemon emotes are Eris's. And I mean,
My
you're all your
Astro,
emotes.
where
Are.
my
are
everything
you,
is Eris.
Astro?
Astro, he said he was on his way home, so probably 15 minutes from when he said that, so should be soon.
Oh, I thought he was ready.
I don't know. Said he was on his way, but that was a while ago. We had to like sell and do all our stuff. I'll be within a few minutes. He'll be within a few moments, I'm sure.
I sent some inbots.
Oh, you did?
Invites.
Oh, you did ya?
I did.
Oh, you did ya?
I did.
Go. I want to change my Xbox name to Pinxel, but when I went to go do it, it like, you know how like Astros is like Astro #9521, but like it would do that for me for Pinxel, and then it would like say like Pinxel in chat. I just don't want it. And this just makes me sad. It's making me sad.
Yeah. So you get one free one.
Yeah, I used it already for it to be Pinxel, and I changed it back
Yeah,
because I didn't like it.
you get one free one, and I got really upset because I pretty much used it to get Chaos Unfolds,
Yeah,
and
they
I
put the
didn't want
number
any-
behind it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they put the numbers in, and I was like, no, I don't want the numbers, and I tried to do with no numbers, and it was like, yeah, too bad, you got numbers, and I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
So now I'm stuck with numbers, and I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, well, maybe one day if I ever become a Sea of Thieves partner, they'll be like, give me the respect I deserve. Be like, all right, we'll get the numbers out your name. I'm like, thank you.
Thank you. Oh shoot! Hold on. Why this do this? Finally, the fucking respect Chaos deserves. I know.
I see a bunch of birds off the island, and I just want to look at them.
Barbs.
I don't know if it's a shipwreck or what. It is a shipwreck. That's good. That's good. Jawohl.
Whoop! I hate that every time I try to swap things in OBS. It closes this. Broseph's drunk already. Amazing. I love it. Chaos made Xbox what it is today, you ungrateful bastards. I know, how very rude. Captain, do we have a storage crate?
I have not purchased one yet.
I love it. I get drunk, you go looting. We have our jobs.
We have our roles.
Okay, I get the storage crate. Cool.
Versus started drunk is fine. Yeah. Versus just doing what they do best.
Getting drunk, going fishing. Oh, I'm gonna buy a loot crate. Or a bait crate, I mean. Not a loot crate, a bait crate. If I can make it to the
Versus
store.
has one task and one task only. Fish.
I have purchased the storage crate.
I'm getting some bait.
It's by the stairs.
Amazing.
I shall investigate.
Investigate.
Okay, no gold hoarders. This so far looks like a pretty dead server.
Nice.
Nice.
Bait crate sounds like college bro calls us porn stash. Okay, you're not wrong, but whoa.
We do have a Reaper on the map.
We should repair this ship. This is looking real rough. What have we
Listen,
done to this
Chaos
thing?
isn't gonna play with us anymore if we keep costing him so much money every time.
This is the boat that we always run, so as you know, that's why I'm not repairing it very much.
Listen.
A good captain wouldn't let us sail in a condition like that.
Right.
Yeah, bro, let me just grab the bait crate.
That just
Gross.
cost me 9k to restore, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's so pretty.
Thank you, Captain. You're such a good captain.
Yes, yes.
Oh, Captain,
Praise
my
King.
captain. Praise
Oh,
me.
Captain, my captain.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Alright, let's see where this fucking Reaper... Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. You know what? We did actually spawn on the island that we logged off of, but not the same server.
But not the same server.
Oh,
That's funny. I've been hitting my pen for a bit and I'm starting to feel so relaxed. Nice.
A level
Especially
1
after your
Reaper Galleon's
body
great.
is all rough.
mhm.
That's some real dad vibes going on. I know. Chaos does have dad vibes. Sometimes he has to use his dad voice with us when we get a little out of
Dad
hand.
vibes?
When we get a little
Am I,
rowdy.
like, is it dad vibes or is it daddy vibes? That's the-
Ooh.
Well, what's your preference, I guess?
I mean,
Don't
long as you're
answer.
not calling
Don't
me late
answer
to dinner.
that. Don't answer that.
I could eat.
God.
Oh, Aaron showed up with McDonald's for me when he went and did like a draft, a thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But he came home with McDonald's for me, so I've
Very
just been
nice.
chowing down fries.
Munch,
I'm
munch.
so happy. Munch, munch, munch.
Getting
munch,
off base and distracted? No, never. We've never gotten distracted.
Not I.
Mm-mm.
Why can't I fish
Not
here?
ever the once.
Oh, there we go. It's weird.
I changed my hats.
I have to buy some new clothes. Maybe I should buy some new clothes right now. While we're waiting for Astro. I'm gonna go look at the clothes. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
This is why none of us ever have money. I just want to say.
Well, that's the whole point. You know, you gotta do.
Go
It's true.
live your
You
life.
right?
It's
Why
your
make
life.
money if not spend money?
Exactly.
Right. Excuse me. Astronaut boys, where have you
What is this?
gone?
No.
Okay.
As I was saying,
trying to see.
Words like chat.
Is Astro here?
Bat. Matt. Are you here, Astro? Plant. Are
They're
you
not.
here, Astro?
How many pickles can you fit in your mouth?
Ground control to Astro 4.
You're home. Let's go. We're waiting for you. We are waiting for
Oh,
you.
I'm buying
can you
stuff.
hear
I'm
us?
shopping. I'm fine.
Can you hear us, Astro? How many pickles can
Did
you
you?
fit in your
We
mouth?
did. We're waiting for you. Yeah. We are ready for you. We are ready for you.
Oh, Astro, you know you can fit more pickles than that.
I feel like one pickle is kind of like quitters talk.
Bold of you there, Pink Soul.
One pickle? Come on.
What kind of pickles are we talking?
Doesn't matter. Even like a
I don't know, what
full,
are the
like,
pickles you're
kosher
talking
dill
about?
pickle is still...
What kind of pickle are you talking about when you're
No,
talking about?
I just want to know for size. I'm just trying to picture
Like, are we
it.
talking like some sweet
average-
gherkins? Because then it's probably like at least 12. But if we're talking like a dill, like a kosher dill pickle, it's like probably 2. Like, come on. You can't fit more than one kosher dill pickle in your mouth, you're a fucking quitter.
How big is my pickle? My pickle is
Yes,
I mean,
you can
how do
join
you-
VC. Astro, what do you, come on.
how do you
Why are you
are
acting
we
like
talking
so
like
shy?
inches, millimeters? Where are you from, Franklin? Where are you from?
Why are you acting so shy right now, Astro?
Astro, come on.
Hot single
I
pirate babes are
know if
ready
I
and waiting
convert
for
this
you,
to
Astro, yeah.
centimeters or inches or meters. If I'm gonna get spicy,
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Right. Let's see.
remember when we did the astronaut voice reveal?
I do. I will never forget the astronaut voice
It was
reveal.
insane.
It was so whelming. I
Everyone was like-
Nate and I just went like dead silent and like waited, and Astro literally was just like, "Good evening."
Good
We were
evening.
just like, "Oh."
Huh.
Oh, it's normal.
It's so normal. I don't know what I was expecting, but not Astro's voice.
Not
Oh.
normal.
It's not even that it's not even that I wasn't expecting normal. I just wasn't like just wasn't expecting your voice. Cause you're such a little troll. You're such a little
What do you
shit.
mean?
I just expected you to have some little troll voice or something. I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh. I am
Goblin
not.
voice.
I am not.
This
What
is astronaut.
heck?
This is astronaut. Astronaut. Astronaut.
What did you? Oh, you wanted like one of those like high pitched, like super annoying nerdy voices, like
Yeah, like you know the guy in Dexter's Lab who's like, "Meh," like like that guy.
What is that?
Bubbles says Astro.
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
I love that word.
Oh yeah, he does love the word bubbles. That's true. Bubbles, bubbles.
It's so dumb.
Bubbles, he called you dumb.
I didn't.
So-
Oh my gosh.
Astro,
You-
are you fired up and ready to come into the game?
I'm loading.
Gasp! I knew it. I
Whoa.
know.
Astro's probably has to update.
No, I'm already here.
Oh, sweet. Word.
I have to. Well, unless it updates mid game. Can I just join? How do I do that?
Just go in the social menu and join one of us.
How is it with the Xbox? Windows G? Question mark.
Yes.
It was. Nice. Alright, where is social? Xbox social. I will join.
For some reason, in my head, Astro was British. Astro is Puerto Rican.
What?
I think Astro's offended now.
Continue to see more details about this game? No, I don't care about details. I want to join. To join you. I can invite you, but I can't join you.
No, there should be join game.
It's doing that stupid thing where it says propose a voyage on the captain's table and it won't go away.
I have one unread message here.
Just
Really?
propose a voyage then.
No,
I'm trying,
it's
but it
not
just
letting me.
disappears.
I'm
Join.
kidding. Then just do it. Just propose a voyage then.
Well, I'm
Duh.
trying, but it just disappears when I go in. Like when I go to propose a voyage, it's like okay, and then it just stops.
Because this isn't your ship.
No, anybody can
Me?
propose.
Oh,
a
here it is.
voyage.
Here it is. I
Right, but
found
like, why is the captain thing coming up on theirs? It was literally
Ugh.
based on absolutely nothing. You just thought he was. That's hilarious, actually.
Maybe I might
That's
leave and come
not
back.
even the most extreme thought about my voice. Everyone's like, it's gonna be so deep. No, it's gonna be so high.
It
was
wasn't
just
that I
like
thought it was
all
going
the
to be
community.
anything. Like,
was-
I don't
it
even
was
know what I
everyone
thought it was going to be. I
filled
just didn't.
Their heads
think-
with expectations
No,
that I think.
No. That wasn't
And
it
then
at
it was
all.
like, oh,
That wasn't
exactly
it
what
at all.
happened.
No, it just like I didn't know what I expected, but like it just wasn't what I expected.
Can you invite me again, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Pink thought
Thank
you were
y'all.
secretly
Yep.
12. Oh,
Yep.
Wolfie. Okay, so you weren't here. You weren't here when Astro first came around. So when Astro first came around,
big deal.
it was a big huge deal. Yeah, no. I thought Astro was my ex-boyfriend. Because he told me that he was Puerto Rican and that his name was Daniel, and there was something else specifically that he was doing at the time, and I was like, get the fuck out. Like, get out. I don't want you here, get out. And he was like, what? Bible thump, what? I was like, if you're my ex-boyfriend, I don't fucking want you here. And he was literally like, I never met you before in my life.
It was just a quinky dink.
Yeah, it was
but,
just, it
like,
was
but
just
it's-
such a coincidence because it was just like three things. He said one thing, and then like he said another thing. Oh yeah, I added him on Switch, and it came up as Daniel, and I was like, what the fuck?
It was a, honestly, I don't even blame you. There were so many like coincidences.
There was so many coincidences, and I was
One
just
after
like,
another.
I was like, no, there's no way right now.
It's me all along.
It's me. I thought you were being stalked. No, I we ended up on like like we didn't end up being friends after we broke up, but like we didn't like hate each other after we broke up. So like if he had stumbled across my Twitch and just like wanted to say
Long
hi,
Colin Franklin.
it would have been
the
like
long
whatever. But it was like the more that I
It would've
learned about
been
Astro, I
whatever,
was like,
yet-
no way.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
the friend request. Oh, okay, I see.
Astro's your ex, and he's been playing the long con for years now. Oh my gosh.
Is I? You
No.
okay?
the voice is very different. What was that laugh?
Oh my gosh.
Rosa fishing again, of course.
I found some Megme, and it's amazing that I
Are you
found
using
it.
something to fish? Oh, you're skeleton.
Are you a
Earthworms.
master of
Water.
baiting?
I have mastered the baiting.
Are you a master of baiting your pole?
Wanna come watch me master? No, I'm not.
Oh, I'm already here. I'm already here.
Oh no!
I'm
What the
already-
hell would you do if Astro freaked out right now at being caught? By this point,
Why did it?
By
It
this
broke
point,
up.
Astro and I have been friends now for
Oh.
2 years. Like,
You look really good.
we're not. I know it's not him.
Astro is also
Hmm.
gender.
Yeah, Astro's very gender.
What does it even mean? I mean, yes, but yes? Question mark?
Spent years in voice lessons to change his voice. I know.
Can we?
We
I
can't
don't
crouch. I've been
I
trying
know.
to
I've
crouch.
been
I
trying
don't
to.
know. all we can do is okay. I don't remember. Wait. I do remember in controls. Hold on. Let me connect.
You can do this.
The
Look
Well,
at
there
me.
is no
Look at me.
crouch in CFP.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Ooh, look at
Oh,
you.
yeah,
Look
you're
at
dancing.
you. Yeah. All right, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I
Hold on.
like my gold feather that changes colors.
Well, that is funky.
It changes content. Okay.
Yeah, like
Wait.
metallic.
How is it?
or
How
Wait,
is it?
why
something.
is it nighttime on your screen?
It's not.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh wait, I don't have it. I don't have any. Hold on. Let's move, bro.
You can do a little dance with me.
How do I
Do a
dance?
little dance. Make a little love.
No, it's up on the
down
D-pad
tonight.
on controller.
Hmm.
Yes. We can do this. We can do this. No, bro.
You're doing a little, you dance, do a little music for my little jig.
Yeah, I know how to do that.
Yay. Oh wait, hold on. This is very important. Hold on.
Yes. Oh, I thought we got an achievement as someone self.
it's chaos actually playing the game.
I serenade your banana passing.
You what?
Serenade your banana passing.
Do we want to put another emissary up, or are we just gonna go?
We can emissary.
Okay, I need at least 2 more people to come, I guess, order souls.
Yeah, Emma and Sarah go do the Emma Sarah.
Oh, this is a very nice parking job.
Pass the banana.
You must hurry. I already started looting a sunken ship, and the
yeah,
loot
I'm,
is exploding.
Where is it that you need to do the thing?
Oh.
Where'd you go? Yeah, which one? Oh, Sharky.
I'm already back
Here?
to the boat. Hold on.
Oh, which one was it?
It's the
No,
tent?
it's not. I don't know.
It's the tent?
The tents.
Which
This
one? The Order of Souls?
Yeah, order
Or
souls.
Souls. Are you gonna shoot the shark?
Is it this one?
No.
No, this isn't the one. Oh, it's
Nope.
over here.
I'm coming.
This
An
one?
Abra! Guys, an Abra in chat. Didn't we have a Kadabra earlier?
Yeah, I think so.
This lady up
Oh.
here.
Oh, gotcha.
So if there's an Alakazam,
Where do
then
we?
it's
Oh,
This?
vote for
the
tail.
Vote for Order of the Souls
trifecta.
Emissary?
Got it.
Yeah. Wait, I'm
Adversary
almost
flag
Pirate
rate.
Legend.
Ooh.
Let me see.
Reputation.
Shark!
Yeah, 49 and 45.
Nice.
Y'all.
Wow.
Is there anything in the store? Legendary Bone Hunter jacket. Gross. Only available to Pirate Legends. What? Guess it's a good thing that I'm almost a Pirate Legend. Ba-da-ba-da.
Dun,
Ba-da.
dun.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
Ooh, a big boy brig over there.
A BBB.
Yep.
A triple B. Triple threat. Triple B.
My goodness.
Oh my gosh.
I
Chaos,
caught
we're
an
the best.
Abra.
We're the best. Around. I have to.
Poop.
Exclamation point. Go piss girl. No. So I shall return chat.
Copious girl.
Go piss girl.
What's the best bait in this area?
Where are we again? We're Ancient Isles, I think.
wouldn't know.
Is it earthworm?
You want me to check? I'll go check. The map here says Skull Keep. Oh wait, never mind. This isn't so far away from where we're at. We are in. We're headed towards Snake Island.
It's okay. The answer that I'm seeking is slightly more complicated, but not as
Oh.
complicated.
Oh.
Then there's
a-
one that I cannot provide.
If you zoom out completely, it'll say like Ancient Isles or
The Ancient
Uh,
Isles, yes.
yes. Ancient Isles, I believe, is leeches.
Is what?
There's each area has like a special bait.
Oh. Oh.
Yes, and to be the master baiter, you must know which area requires what. So in the end,
I see the
it was Captain
see the loot
Chaos
that I've
who was
already
the master
fished up.
baiter.
Then from what I've heard, I guess Chaos is the true master
Yeah,
baiter
Chaos is the master
from this game.
of baiting.
You're only an apprentice
Mhm.
baiter.
I will learn one day.
And then
The
you must
master
kill the
bait-
master.
The master baiter. Kill.
So you can then become.
Why do I feel like I'm getting the shaft in this deal?
No, you're
Oh,
fine.
God.
You're just teaching.
Oh no, thank you, Travis.
Does it not reach? Do you want me to lower a little bit the sails?
Just a little bit. I mean, we're like, it's so close.
And then you take possession of the bait crate. I hate it here.
I purchased the bait crate this time.
Oh, you hear that, guys? Broseph provides the bait crate to every party. To every party they go to.
You're welcome.
Broseph is the all-powerful.
Why would you go that way?
I honestly, it was starting to sink, so I just panicked, and I just turned around and I saw names. And last one is a
Yeah, just pick it up.
trident. Woo! I was gonna try to dip, dive, and dodge, but bring your own bait crate, exactly. Broseph knows the rules. They're the
Yep.
perfect party guest. Honestly, Broseph, I love you, but I could absolutely imagine being at a party and Broseph just shows up and be like, yo, I brought the bait crate. It's just like a cardboard box.
Yeah, that's me.
Yo, brought the bait
Yo.
crate.
Is there a hole in the box?
Oh. It's
your
my
dick
dick
in
in
a
a box.
Step
My
one,
dick in a box, baby.
get a hole in the box. 2,
Cause
Put your
I'm
junk in a
wise enough to
box.
know when I get these
have I
put
open
in,
the box.
and I got just
That's
the one.
way you do. It's my dick in a box.
In a box, baby. Oil.
I need a new jacket. I don't like my jacket.
I forgot that to grab like a quest, so we gotta go back.
Lol.
What happened? Should I
Not
lower the
scale.
sails?
No, we're just going back to the island we were just at.
Okay.
Listen, I'm sailing the boat. I'm cooking the fish. I'm doing it
But
all,
you're
guys.
you're
Doing it all.
doing so good though. Okay.
Yeah, you're doing amazing.
I forgot to get the quest though.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Should I
we
raise the
forgive
sails though?
you.
Oh, the sails have
Uh,
already been risen.
Risen.
Show me that riz.
That's
You
What are you-
risen.
What are you
You
doing?
risen.
Astro, what are you doing?
We were gonna
Astro.
We were gonna hit the thing.
Astro.
Oh,
Astro.
we hit the thing.
Astro.
I was turning it so we wouldn't hit it, and we hit it anyway.
Listen, Linda.
I'm
I
sorry.
had a plan. I had a
Oh.
plan.
I foiled your plans. I'm sorry. And
You're
they
doing
probably wrecked the
amazing.
boat.
We can fix it.
We can.
But I
pick it,
don't want. I don't
dude.
want it to have
We
planks
can
on the
fake
inside.
it.
It's not. There's
fine.
nothing. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I wanted to run into the dock so we would stop. Now.
Oh, now we're
um,
like in an awkward spot. Yeah, yeah.
I
I
put
knew what
this-
you were doing. I did it on purpose.
I
Wow.
bet you did. Apparently, you're supposed to have a troll voice, so let's hear it. Screw having Pedro Pascal be Wario. It's gonna be Astro.
Oh my gosh. Wah.
And can I just say, okay, listen, I get it. Everybody loves Pedro Pascal. I'm not saying he's a bad guy or did a bad job.
Are you about to
All
say
I'm-
something about Pedro Pascal?
No, I'm just saying everybody and their mother's like, oh my god, he's carrying Star Wars on his back. No, he's not. He's not.
Who said he's
mean, right
carrying Star
now-
Wars on his back?
Everybody's like, Star Wars and The Last of Us, like, oh man, he's just so great in Star Wars. And it's just like, he's not even the dude you see on the screen 90% of the time.
Yes,
It's
he
some
is.
random guy
No, it's not.
wearing the helmet because
No,
he
it's
hates the
not.
helmet. I'm telling you right now, it is. There's
No,
not.
it's
there's just-
not.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
you. Watch some
I'm
behind
telling
the scenes shit.
you.
It's Pedro Pascal.
Listen, he's barely doing anything. He's barely doing anything.
Oh my god.
He says maybe 3 sentences the entire show. You don't see his face. There's no expression.
the way.
It's just they're just like, oh my god, look how great his acting is. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, he's good, he's great. All right, I'm not saying he's not a good actor. Okay, I'm just saying my ship's too far. All I'm saying is that it's, come
What does
on.
that mean? Do you want me to sail it over there? I don't think that's a good idea, but I'll try.
No, I don't know. Maybe I can do it over here.
Narrative
I'm
voice.
just saying.
And this is the last time we ever saw chaos on Pixel stream.
I'm just saying, like, I watched the latest
It
episodes.
was at this
and I'm
moment he knew he fucked
He
up.
fucked up.
it's like if you were just like, hey, who's playing this character, guys? And people be looking at it going, I don't know. It doesn't even sound like him.
I think it
There's
does.
no identifying fact. That's all I'm saying. All right, I got a quest.
I'm just saying he's a piece of shit and I hate him. Right.
I like him. I thought he did great as Joel, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, okay, as the Mandalorian, it's just really not a lot going on.
Low-key, I kind of get it, right? If they didn't tell you it was Pedro Pascal,
Yeah, like
I think that's what you're saying. I think, maybe.
yeah, there's no real identifying like. It's not
Yeah,
like there's some, I don't know, je ne sais quoi about him, as this character where he's just like, oh yeah, that's Pedro, and he's dead. Like I could be playing the Mandalorian right now, and you wouldn't even know. Somebody vote for the quest in a bit on the table.
Bold statement.
You're saying I can't wear a suit of Beskar and walk around with a small child and go,
Well,
Good.
first of all,
This is the way.
you can't wear a
This is the
suit
way.
of Beskar because it
This is the
doesn't
way.
exist.
this is the way.
So
This is the way. Look, I'm doing as good
Why
a job
don't
as he is
you
right now.
do
This is the
it?
way.
okay, but like
Where's
for the
the-
most
This,
part,
this
it's
is the
him.
way.
And this is why Pink dumped Astro all those years ago.
I need one more. I need one more person to vote for the quest.
Guys, you
person
can't
vote
be.
for
It's me. But
It's me.
Don't.
Trying to
vote for
weasel
this.
my
Yes.
way back
I need-
into
I
her
need a
life
third
after
person
all
to vote for
these
the quest.
years.
Yes, and it's working.
One more
More
person.
Pink and Astro lore. Somebody has to
Anyway.
write it. Somebody has to write the lore.
Astral lore. Oh my gosh. I've been looking for where to vote, but I don't know where to vote.
On the
Come
table.
up here. In the table.
There's
in
a
the
million
captain-
tables.
In the
this
captain's
table over
quarters?
here.
I tried it. It just said propose a quest. It didn't
No,
let
it's
me
on the
vote.
corner. It's on the other corner.
Corner
Yeah, it's weird.
over here.
Oh my God, here it
no,
is. Okay, okay.
No, Franklin,
Sorry,
not
sorry.
that one.
Sharkbait Cove. Oh, that's the worst island.
Sounds like there's a ton of Pink Chaos backstory. Well, we've known each other since we were teenagers. We went to high school together.
It's true. We sat next to each other in French class.
It's true.
But we have never French.
Sacre
Parlez-vous français?
That is also true because we've never dated.
No,
we
parlez-vous
were
en
always just been
français.
friends.
Parlez-vous a little bit of français.
Little parlez-vous, little bit. Yes. Yes. That's all I know, I think. And no, that's it.
How do you think that's going to go? I suppose that's true. I suppose that's true.
Look at this big fishy I caught.
Big
Look
fish.
at it.
Man, that's a big fish.
That's a
That's a
big
big
fish.
There's a big
Look at all these
fish.
chickens.
Wow,
Jesus
it is
Christ.
a big fish. Holy shit.
That's a big fish. That's as big as Chris's carp.
Oh my god, that fishing game. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he did it. He pretty much anytime I send him one of those random games, he plays it for like at least an hour.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Should I lower the sails? Whoop.
No, we're not too far. Where the sails are now should be fine.
I want to eat some more cinnamon buns.
I just gotta see where I can't remember if we're going southwest or southeast.
Southwest.
Whee!
All right, we basically need to go west now.
Southwest. Mama's a drug their rum. Oh. But see, the thing is Broseph is the one who's drinking all the rum, all the grog
I have gotten drunk a number of times tonight.
tonight. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I was drunk that one night, and I'm
No,
regretting
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
No,
no,
no,
not
no, no,
IRL.
Oh, I was IRL.
IRL, ASL.
I have a bucket of puke right now.
Oh yeah, we played with Chaos.
I know. I was like, all right, guys,
did
we're
play
gonna go
with
do
Chaos.
this, and Astro's just like,
We
he's
did. We
like,
did not. Play
I fell off the boat. I was like, we're not even moving. He's like, I fell off the boat.
Oh, I was so bad. I know I fell a couple times. That's...
And then you
Yeah,
were,
I
you were
was just
arguing
like,
about the
get back on
names
the
of
boat.
the
You're
sides
like,
of the boat, and yeah,
that
it was funny. I just love how we played for like, I don't know, like 2 hours or something, and it took a good hour for Chaos to be like, Astro, are you drunk?
Like I knew, but I was just like, oh, maybe he's just a little tipsy. Maybe
I
you know,
played it
it's-
off well, I think.
Then I was just like, no, I gotta ask. I just gotta ask.
That bad, huh?
I'm just gonna drop my controller. That's not
But it was like you like, okay, so like conversation wise, you were fine. Like you weren't speaking like you were drunk, but you were forgetting like the basics of how to play the game. And we were like, Astro, you've played this game 100 times.
Ooh. Ooh. I don't know why. It's so funny. Ever since you started doing that, I do it sometimes.
That's great.
And then I hear my dog doing it, and then I'm like,
Woof.
it's not like a bark. It's like a, I don't know what it is, but
It's a woof.
it's a, yeah.
But like, I like when they don't even like get up from under their covers or get out of their bed.
Yeah,
Or
they're
their
like-
head, and they're just like,
Yeah.
like they don't even open their mouths. They're just like.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Are we stopping at this island?
Yeah, this is the island that we are going on. Somebody wants to go over there and start looking for the bad guys.
Okay, Astro. You did.
Shit. Astro's drunk again.
What do you mean? Isn't this
Hurt
isn't
myself again.
this isn't this the island? Wait, isn't it? Don't they only spawn at night though?
No.
That's no game ever. So
What do you mean tons of games?
Minecraft.
I'm
Not
just
that bad.
kidding.
They're just misunderstood. Maybe.
Yes, keep looking for the skeletons. I'm gonna
Alright.
position this boat so we can also loot this
Mhm.
shipwreck as well.
I agree,
I
Wolfie.
don't think I brought food. That's okay.
There's probably gonna be barrels on the island somewhere.
I found a cannonball thingy, cannonball crate.
Amazing.
Nice.
I can't pick it up for some reason.
Not so
I'll
amazing.
pick it up.
Oh, you
I
got
got it. I got it. Wait, you're here? No, you're not. Alright. Cannonball crate. Boop.
Did I-
Oh, here's another one. What is this? Oh, this is an ammo crate. Boop.
Lots
Oh,
of
I
food
just
on this
remembered-
island.
I just remember there was a time, do you remember, Pink, where I would just randomly dig and I would almost always straight up find
Yes.
some random treasure.
Yes,
That
it was
so good.
ridiculous.
Those were good times.
It was ridiculous.
I was like, I feel like there's might something
They
here.
refused to believe you too, and we're like, no.
Then... yes.
I hear a mermaid statue.
I don't think it works like that anymore, though.
Mm. Oh, I see it over there.
I see skellies.
Already? Oh
Yeah.
wow.
What did I
Are
shoot?
they?
How do I have no ammo? This is.
There's
Oh,
there's
that's-
an ammo crate by
No, I
the.
shot some sharks. I'm just gonna. It's just like, how? How do I not?
Oh, here they are. Ow.
Got it. It's blue. Oh, and there was two
Ooh,
in it.
two.
Nice.
Two, nice. All right, I'll pick one.
Oh
out, you
my
pick up
God.
the other.
Mm-hmm. Oh gosh, my ear itches. Who's talking about me? Stop it.
It was me.
My ear is itching.
I just saw an ammo crate. Oh, there it is.
These skeletons like are tough.
Mm-hmm. Well, Chaos said if they stand in water, they heal because they're plant skeletons.
Yes, the
Oh.
plant ones. They cheat.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, there are no longer plant ones. I don't have. Oh, I gotta go for the ammo crate that I should have
Oh,
kept. That I should have kept
Jesus.
nearby. Oh, I can get you. I can get you. I can get you, and I can get. I can get you too, Broseph. Just hold on.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Don't go towards the light.
Oh, it's so
Oh, no.
close. It's so close.
I got you. 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 I got
No,
you.
it's
I
going
got you.
dark. It's going dark. Oh my god. It's
I
just started
was
to go
so
dark.
close. Did you see how close I was to getting you?
Yeah. You got me.
Oh. No, I didn't get you. Oh, I did.
Yeah,
I
you
did.
did. You did. I'm alive.
I'm amazing.
No, you're not.
I
You're
helped.
dead.
Oh.
No, I saw you both there. That was amazing.
Don't you
Amazing.
die
Yeah.
on me, Broseph.
It wasn't like a weird way either. Like we weren't like Eiffeling it. It was just like double back.
I think I brought skeletons with me, so you can fight.
Yeah, Astro, stop running away with the
Don't you
skeleton.
down.
I need ammo. I needed ammo.
There's ammo right by me. I don't know.
Oh well, fine. I'll turn back.
There's ammo like right over here. I don't know. It's kind of still
Aren't-
far away though.
Aren't these the ones that? Oh, never mind.
Oh, there's
with the light.
I see an ammo bag over here too.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it. Never mind, Cass. Got it.
I needed it.
There's another
It's
one
okay,
around
it's
the
okay.
corner. There's another one
Oh,
around the corner.
there's one over here. There's one over here.
Right
there's
here.
one over
You guys are doing great.
Are you looting?
Of
Yeah,
course.
I see you.
Of course I'm looting.
Ooh, oh, they got me cornered. I have
You
no
gave
food.
those piggies some cheeks.
Check the barrels.
No, I can't with the skeletons right behind me.
Well, run. I
Yes,
mean, run like.
Oh, I'm
super
definitely
fast.
running towards you guys because you guys are OP. All these barrels are empty.
Are you looting? What a ridiculous question.
Oh, what a shot!
That was a great one. You did so good. Oh, behind you.
Oh
There
my
you
god,
are.
why is my controller like having real issues? I feel like my Xbox stuff is having a lot of issues.
Bye. Bye.
Because I have it wired and it's like lagging and stuff.
I need an ammo bag. There's no ammo bag.
Microsoft is not happy with you.
Yep, I died. I died because my controller is just messing with me.
Where are you?
In the plants.
Oh god.
Plants.
Oh,
I'm
I
like
see.
so
Okay,
close
I'm gonna
to
run.
death.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run.
No, I don't think I'm gonna die. Goodbye forever.
No, you disappeared right as I got there.
You saw me die. I saw you.
I am scarred for life. Oh, I'm gonna
It's
die
okay.
now.
It's okay. Now I can get the flame from the fireman. Do we have it? Do we want it?
What color is it?
It's green. It's always green for me.
No. No.
Is it any other color sometimes?
Yeah.
Corrosive fever,
Depends on how
prepare
you
to
die.
pick me up.
I am dead.
Depends
Oh.
on what. I'm
It
sorry.
depends on how you die.
Oh, if skeletons kill me, it'll always be green then.
Uh-huh. You drowned,
Okay.
it's blue.
Okay.
Um,
When is it
The-
pink? Which is the one you want?
PvP.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the day that we got like completely like bombarded by that dude, I was able to get it, but
Oh my god, I need
Gone now.
food.
Oh, I didn't bring food and I jumped off the boat. Amazing. Oh, but there's a ammo.
it's
Let me. I'm
carrying
gonna.
this pearly white.
Are the skeletons still spawning right? So I can bring the ammo. I'm gonna bring the ammo crate by nearby.
Oh my god, how are these guys still alive?
Well, technically
Bringing-
they're skeletons. So
Oh my
What do you
god, this is the
mean?
greatest comeback ever. Jesus! Oh. Oof.
I just realized your name here is Chaos Unfolds. Here's ammo crate.
Thanks.
Where are
Yeah,
they spawning those so I
it,
can?
So basically, it wouldn't let me do Chaos Unfolding because there's too many words. Or too many
Okay.
letters, I should say.
But you have 662. Doesn't that cover the
no,
I?
it's,
added
it's
the
the same as how
662.
you have 9521 on yours.
Oh.
It's the little hashtag.
Oh, right. Captain Double Crosser. Okay. Although these guys are all red. These guys are all captains.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
mind. Chaos is
Are they-
absolutely obliterating them. I put the ammo crate right behind us.
You got the ammo crate?
Yeah, it's right here. It's right here. Oh, nice.
What? The fuck?
I'm not hitting them.
There you go.
Why are they like? Why were they like super slow? I mean, not complaining, but
They're gold-plated skeletons. And,
oh, and they spawn in the water.
Yeah, we lucked out.
That was rough. Is it worth it to take the thing with us? The ammo box with us?
Why not?
Alright.
There's a
Alright.
cannonball crate over there too.
Yeah, I left them. I left
Oh,
them
ghosts.
there.
Oh shit.
Ooh, 4 quests there.
Skellies.
Oh god. I'm literally like so close. Oh, there it is. I'm so close to death. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, well, now I'm close to death without food. Oh, you should have died. You didn't want to get revived.
I didn't want to get revived. I wanted to go back to the boat.
Okay.
That was just the fastest way to get back to the boat.
I see. I see. Oh, I'm gonna bring one of these skulls back to the boat and try to get some food and come back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll stand.
That's what
here
I
and
need. I
guard
need
stuff.
food.
Oh, that was insane. I saw the explosion and then I looked at your stream and then saw what happened.
Oh, yeah.
The sky's pretty.
No, you're pretty.
that one.
Pretty cool.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Can I get that?
Ooh, I
too
don't
far?
know.
Or is it too far? Astra has it?
Yeah, try to get me. Try to get me. I want to get back down the. Is it too far?
I don't know.
All right, I'll help you. Oh, we got a little closer. Nope, thank you.
Mhm.
Wait, did I leave the? No, I didn't. Okay.
No, I got it.
No, I thought I left the. The thing. I thought I left it at the beach.
The bitch.
Yes. And ammo. It's back here. Right? Yep.
You said we're going to this shipwreck afterwards, right? Chaos.
Where? Who? What? Run!
You said we're going to this shipwreck over here after?
Yeah.
What is all that shooting?
We're killing things.
We're trying to get the loot off the island.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
You
If
guys
you could
are
actually
causing such a
I don't even
ruckus.
know.
Oh
how
my
many-
god, Pink, help me shoot this thing with the cannons.
Hold on, I'm below. Okay, hold on. Where?
What do you mean where? It's huge.
It's huge.
With the cannon.
I don't have cannonballs. It's fine.
Okay, well.
He's
oh,
dead,
you're
look,
right.
he's
You're right.
dead.
It's so fine. Nice.
He's dead.
Wow. Very nice. Yeah. You're right. You're right. It was fine.
I know.
I shouldn't have doubted you.
You are such a quitter. You really are.
I told you that's why I
Putting
can
after one pickle.
hold a single pickle.
I will never forget. I will never forget our Fortnite match.
Oh
When
my
I had
gosh. Do you still
two-
have it though?
I do have it, so.
Oh come on, but that was so stacked against you. There was no way.
But I fucking
But good
did
job.
it.
But good job. But good
But
job.
I
still. You
fucking did it.
It was a good job.
Hi.
Sorry. Hi.
Oh. I wanted to come up.
Gimme. Gimme. Gimme.
Uppy, uppy.
Gimme.
Papa.
Also, me.
Give me uppies. Thanks for the
Is
uppy.
everybody here? Everyone ready?
Ready.
Yes,
Are
be
we on?
prepared to raise front sail. We're going to the birds.
Oh,
The
can I?
birds.
Alright, might as well
That's
do.
perfect. Oh, straighten her out.
Vivillon escaped.
Escape. Escape.
It escaped. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you say it. It escaped.
Vivillon?
Vivillon.
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 Vulva lawn.
Whoa.
What the heck?
Nothing. I'm fishing. Shut up.
Shut
Okay.
up.
Shut
Fishing
up.
for vulvas.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
What do you use to fish for a vulva?
Whoa! I am streaming.
What's the bait for that?
Oh
You
my
use
gosh,
Riz.
master.
You must be a masturbator.
We're not
You-
talking about the Swedish made car.
You use Riz.
Vulva. Oh yeah, but you just got a little accent there. I drive a Volvo.
I'm speaking out of my ass, all right? We all know I have an accent, okay?
Oh my god.
An ass.
Right.
An accent.
Your accent. Your accent.
I can't understand your accent. The bait for that
very-
is love and kindness, you misogynistic prick.
Sounds like somebody got their heart broken.
Oh god, that was so funny. Ugh. Too funny.
Oh my god.
Look at me.
Bye bye.
That looks so funny on screen. The wreck of the Blessing of Athena.
Whoa, that sounds cool. Oh wait.
It looks
hold on
like a-
second.
Looks like a regular old wreck.
Yo ho, all hands.
I received the quest,
hoist
or
the
somebody received the quest.
colors high.
Yeah, I
What's up,
found
Val?
them
How are
down
ya?
below.
You found her already? That's so quick.
Oh,
How are you so quick with it?
thieves and beggars.
How are you so quick with it? Oh, there's a cannonballs here. Cannonball.
We die. I'm coming with a crate.
With a crate? Oh wait, chaos. There's a what is this? Is this rare pork?
What
Like
you
the
just
cell?
say?
Pork?
Kind of fucky
sour?
wucky. Yeah,
Do you
honestly.
like a pork? Yes.
Yeah,
I-
I,
I-
hear that,
I-
Valk.
I don't know. Is it good?
Sorry you
Should I
had a
take it?
fucky wucky day.
I'll take it just in case.
Yes. If you find cooked meats and fishes,
Okay. Got it.
pick it up.
And then I'll eat it
Some
later.
Don't eat it.
fishes.
Don't eat it.
Alright. I will not eat it.
You can't tell me what to do.
Oh, yes. Our captain can definitely tell you what to do.
Give us the pineapples.
I thought you were gonna say give us
Pineapples
the pipe.
are
but I would.
gone. We're on another boat. Makes me sad.
I'm dying. Bubbles. I need bubbles.
There are no bubbles here.
Bubbles isn't here, not anymore.
Oh no, I'm dying.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Emergency banana.
Oh, Bubbles is here. You're saved.
Bubbles. Bubbles, I need bubbles. I can't get it.
I love that you can eat
sounds-
food to give yourself air.
To give yourself oxygen? Yeah, logic, you know.
I
You guys-
mean,
You guys just shoot
Video
up Luke?
game logic. I
See what?
save.
You walk into a bank. I'm gonna save. Wait, what? Why?
Why'd you take
Why?
it from me? I just needed air. You son of a biscuit.
It's piss phosphorus.
how do I?
Piss phosphorus.
There's a shark?
sassafras.
There's a shark.
Kill him.
Big one?
There's a shark.
Kill him.
Nope, it went under. I can kill it.
Kill him.
I couldn't do it.
You didn't try.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Oh look, there is bubbles. Then not to work.
No, those are just the bubbles that you draw.
Oh, I just hit the shark with the harpoon.
I killed shark. It is I, cracked man.
Crack man.
You may get you.
No.
I'm going to die again.
Don't.
I'm definitely gonna
No.
die.
I hate my life. I can't believe I just ate fish.
Yeah, I couldn't get out in time.
No.
And the pinkaroo, the storage crate is on the second level. You can give it to Terry.
Offer your soul.
The
to
Sari
the
Terry. It's been a while since anyone's tarried.
It's been a
Terry-
while.
Terry doesn't get as
since
much love as he
I've
used to when he
been
first came out.
there. Oh my head high. Been a while.
Since Terry
Sorry.
played on.
Oh, you're fine, Corley. I hope everything is okay. Good night.
You want me to get?
All right, I think we got everything out of here.
Did you get the storage crate back out?
Yes.
Yeah, I just couldn't get back out in time.
All right, since it is 1 o'clock now, let's just go do this fort over here, and then
Okay.
we'll sell.
Okay,
Just
that's
need
good
a
with
little
me.
bit, need a little bit of sell.
A little bit of
Sale.
style.
Where?
Blame it on the 8-day day, baby.
Baby. Sail.
Oh my god.
Okay, we are going to want to get pistols.
Oh yeah.
Gonna go piss girl?
Piss girl. Oh, we got all these. Got all these
About the
fishes
bunny
to
hug
kill.
about from the merch store. When it's really shape, make me not able to wear it, but I plan on cutting off and put it back together so it fits. Wait, it's nice but weirdly shaped. That's a bummer. I mean, I'm glad to know,
I
Sarah.
haven't heard that before.
Yeah.
Is that a Meg? Megan? No, it's the skelly ship. No, it's the thing. The port.
I haven't heard that.
But that is good to know, Sarah. But I do plan on. I just
they're
haven't
shooting at
yet. But I do plan on switching my merch store to a different supplier entirely. So maybe
You're gonna
hopefully
go
that'll be
fourth
better.
wall?
Yeah, I'm gonna go fourth wall. I think. Your back feels so much better, and you can't when you can't feel anything. Lol.
How do we even sail near this thing? Do we just ram into it?
I'm
No, you-
working on it.
no, you shoot it.
Jeez,
No, I'm at
we have
the.
such little faith.
No, I don't know.
Gosh,
I was just asking
You're
because I was
just
up here. just trying
judging
to-
me.
I'm just trying to help
But
you.
you're great.
Kev.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. I mean, I'm glad to know because I'm glad to know that it's not like really size inclusive, but it would have been nice if like it fit you properly the way it's supposed to.
Oh, their aim is really bad.
Maybe it's just the plus sizes. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And I haven't sold enough to like have like enough people tell me kind of like quality and sizes and stuff because I don't have enough people buying it, you know, other than myself.
Who are you using currently? Spring Tea, right?
Yeah.
You know who actually the quality of their merch is actually really good?
Hmm.
Stream Elements. Stream
Really?
Elements has like I was kind of surprised at how good their stuff felt.
Really?
Yeah, no, I was like, wow, I was really expecting it to be like really bad, and it was actually just it really caught me off guard.
Oh, that's good
Like
to know.
how good it actually was. And then Fourth Wall's pretty good too, but if I was gonna judge, like if I was gonna say one had better quality than the other, I almost would say Stream Elements has like the better quality. But Fourth Wall has like 20 different t-shirts to choose from for like
Yeah, they have a
regular
lot
tees.
more suggestion.
So like it could
not
just be that
suggestion,
I
selection.
chose shitty t-shirts. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's like different quality. Like there's like even like the higher quality ones and stuff too. You know.
Can we
Or
just?
not, I shouldn't say shitty. Just I just think they're not like Stream Elements is just like you want a t-shirt, design your t-shirt.
Yeah.
But cool.
What are you even supposed to do here? I don't remember.
Kill the ghosts.
Okay. All of them? As many as I can, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep. Kill the ghosties.
Hey, where'd the...
What?
the storage crate with all my cooked fish?
Why do you keep moving it?
I'm not moving it. I always leave it next to the thing.
So did you not get the storage crate out of the ship we were just at?
Oh,
I did.
My
So where's that one?
Is it up top? It's probably up top.
So where is that one then?
Well, this is the one that you had. It's fine. Just keep using it. I was looking for a place to put some cooked fish, and I was like, "Where's the storage crate?" And it was gone. I think we only have the one. So.
Okay, that's why I'm like, then how did I take the storage crate if we only have the storage crate?
It's like I was looking around. I was like, "Where'd the storage crate go?" As I'm holding a piece of cooked fish in my hand, burning my fingers.
Burning. I really like the gray and the quality, but the sizing is crazy. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. There's other stuff too that I haven't even like had the chance to look into. Like I haven't had a chance to look at anything like that isn't closed. Like I've had a couple people order like the mugs and like the water bottles and stuff, and nobody's said anything, so I assume that they're fine.
I like the tank tops.
Yeah, Broseph likes their tank tops, yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh geez, hello.
Alright, I'm looking for the special key.
Special key?
Yeah, I have a hoodie that I really like. It's really comfortable. And I think I have a couple t-shirts, which are just you know, t-shirts. And I think Fourth Wall lets you do
There's an
different
ammo chest
discounts and
over
stuff,
down
so
here.
like I can have like subscribers get like a discount and stuff.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, you pretty much you connect your Fourth Wall to your Twitch, and it's just like if you have a tier 3 sub, like you can set it so they have a bigger discount than a tier 1 sub.
Yeah.
Oh god, there's so many up here.
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff that I want to do, especially because of all the stuff that I bought on Etsy, and like I have a lot of like, I don't want to say plans, but like I have a lot of desire to upgrade and change. So maybe I'll work on that this weekend or something. I'm really excited to dig into the bits, the new bits part of Mix
Up
It
here
Up.
again, guys. There's so many. Ooh, careful.
Oh, this is probably
there's so
the best
many.
place to be right now. You guys are doing great.
Alright, boss should be coming up soon.
Boss?
There's a boss. Right?
Crazy expensive. Quality on point. I have a few. It's royal purple with black tie-dye. Oh, the fit. When you find one, I bought this sweatshirt off Amazon like years ago. Like years ago, like probably like 5 or 6 years ago at this point, and I've never been able to find them again. And like I ordered another one from like the same store on Amazon, and the second hoodie was like lighter and it was not as warm, and I was just like, man, I wish that I knew like at the time when I was buying it that I was gonna like it so much, because I would have bought all the colors.
How'd they go?
Yeah, I don't know.
A hoodie.
Oh, there.
A bunny. It's a bunny hug is a hoodie. It's what they call it in Canada.
No, that's what they call it in Saskatchewan specifically.
Yeah. Where
What
Sarah
do they
is
call?
from.
What do
in
the
Canada.
peggers call it?
A hoodie.
That sounds unexciting.
What'd you want it to be called?
Like Free
I
Valley
don't
Crazy for the change. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Like, but if I knew,
Wait.
you know.
Oh, the boss. Boss.
It's alright, I got this.
I mean, I'm right
we're
here.
dead.
Oh well, I'm RIP.
I think I killed him.
You-
Yeah,
the
it's
lullaby
like
spot.
like Broseph said, it's very specific to where like Sarah is from in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Canada.
Canada. Just like honey dill sauce is specific to my province, and it's delicious.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I got
yeah.
all 3 of us. Nice.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Now we can go back to the boat.
Oh, Captain of the Fortress is here. Why?
Oh,
Yeah,
he
you gotta-
lived.
You gotta kill that guy.
Do I really? Is that what you're supposed to do with them?
Oh,
I love how
just
we all
one-shotted him.
struggled with that. It was tough. Everybody was dying, and then
Pink gets
Pink
the
Soul
key.
just comes in at the end like, oh. There's a guy here to kill.
It's gonna be me figuring out stuff. I'm assuming with like
Not
OBS.
only that,
Yeah,
She
OBS
absolutely one-shotted him.
definitely has a learning curve, but it's really not as scary as you think.
All right, where did you kill that guy?
I have it in my hand.
Oh, yeah, the key.
Do you call beanies toboggans there? When I lived in Toronto, they had no idea. Or toques. Toques? Is that what that is?
Toques.
Toques.
We say toque.
Well, that
That's too
sounds
good.
terrible.
A toque is a beanie.
A beanie.
Yes.
Very nice.
Oh, look. Parade.
Wow, this goes so much faster when there's 4 people unloading this thing.
This is a very regional US thing. Where in the US? Northwest.
In the U.S.
Northeast. Northwest.
Yeah, toboggan up here is a
No, I'm
sled.
not a rocket scientist.
But I'm a rocket surgeon.
I'm not a word scientist. Toboggan's a sled. Yeah, no, I knew that. Yeah, sled. What's that right here?
Thank you.
What right here in front of me?
Oh, you ready? Oh, I knew there was still something up there. Fuck. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Hit!
Store. Wow, look at that. Meaning beanie is a southern thing, mostly, though I heard it in the GC area growing up. I've never heard that here.
Alright, how
I've
am
never
I
had that
gonna
here in
get that?
Tennessee. from South Carolina, and no one has ever said that where it's from. Really? Who calls eighth a half quarter? Might be from Flatland, Hick Province, but really math. An eighth is a half quarter. That's so much. I hate when people make things like longer. Half quarter is longer than an eighth.
I'm not gonna.
Is it
I'm not gonna
though?
comment on this. I'm just gonna let Pinky
Like-
say things of things.
I mean, to say it out loud, half quarter
Oh.
is like more effort and longer to say than eighth.
Is it though?
It is.
Good lord.
I wish I could play that
Oh,
John
DC,
Cena meme.
not S.
Are you sure about that?
SDD. You're from DC. I got it. I was like, South Carolina. I know that one. SC. I know that one.
Hold on, there's some loot off sinking. Must hit it. It
I say half dozen instead of
Look.
6.
in
Half quarter is
for
dumb.
it. Don't.
I don't
sink.
say half dozen. I might say half dozen if I don't like actually mean.
No. Oh, you dicks! I was
Dunk?
right
Oh,
there.
so close.
I might say half dozen if I'm trying to like estimate something.
Least I could do is give me a mermaid. What the hell? Where's my mermaid at?
Half a dozen. You just say
I have, to,
sickest.
I have to stretch. Hold on 2 seconds, guys.
You could just say sickest. Like sickest?
Wait, what? Mermaid, where are you going?
do you
Mermaid,
mean, no?
where are you going?
That's exactly what you mean. You mean sickest?
Why? This. Oh my god, I'm so.
I grew up in Fairfax County, just outside DC, and toboggan was not the primary word. It was used that way. I knew it was a sled and a hat. I've never heard it used as a hat.
A hat?
It would be so different, so close. You would get going to the dispensary. If I say half quarter, get kicked out, like go home, you're drunk. That's so weird. Isn't toque the other word for a chef's hat? I don't know, is
Nah,
it?
you can't say that word. It's our word.
I don't think so. Maybe.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Google
Alright,
it.
Let's find a place to sell.
Like sofa at Chesterfield? I've never heard Chesterfield before. I mean, sofa and couch get technically like like intercrossed, even though they're, I guess, like love seat and a couch is different. Like a love seat and like a sofa is different.
What?
But like they're all couches, but they're not.
Oh yeah, a love seat. A love seat's smaller.
A love seat's 2, a couch is 3.
What?
Mm-hmm. Cushions. Our
What is going on with this?
our little nip
Oh
is
my
stuck in
God,
this
you gotta
thing.
be fucking kidding me.
Our little what?
Our little nip.
just the tip. Just the tip is stuck.
Just the tip. Yeah, there we go. We're out. We're out.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Love
Who
seat is a
pulled us
baby
out?
couch. Yeah, love seat's 2
Who
seats.
pulled
And a
us out?
couch or a sofa, I guess, is 3.
Oh
But
my
who's
God.
the king?
Yeah, love seats are small.
Sofa.
Yeah, and then there's like
The sofa king.
armchairs, and then like what are the extra large armchairs called?
It's the
Lazy
rival
boy.
of Broseph, the master.
Oh.
beater.
Oh,
What?
my fish hit a thing and it snapped off. It hit the wall and snapped off the line.
No.
hit the wall?
Yeah. As the ship
Aw.
turned.
Debated.
Oh,
Now what are you gonna do?
master
I don't think you're supposed to be going
debated.
tipping on stream.
Master
Just the
debated.
tip.
That was good.
Well, sofas that.
It's only a 2-day
older
ban.
fancy
It's
sofas,
only
you
a
don't really
2-day ban.
You don't sit on them for show. We have a deacon's bench by our front door. It's just a table. It's just a little stool table combo. No, it is
stool
a
is like
deacon's
poop.
bench. And then there's like a chest of drawers. Like, that's just a dresser. You got a deacon's bench too. Yeah, we have little baskets in it that we put our shoes in. Shark bait. Ooh ha ha.
Oh, I should be. Is anybody cooking right now? Does anybody want
No.
to cook?
What if I know how to do it? I didn't cook often. I would just look at it until it turns a different color, right?
Well, it kind of makes like a little noise. Listen for
A little fart.
little psst. Little toot.
Makes a little farty fart noise.
Oof.
What about a freezy? Do you know what that is? Is that like a popsicle? Like a freeze pop?
Oh god, I'm trying to do this without crashing the boat.
You're doing so good.
Am I lined up for this hole?
I think so. You can go a smidgen to the right. Well, now you're going too far to the left, so now you definitely want to go to the right.
You'll make it. It's pretty wide.
Yeah, you'll make it, but... A slushie. You guys call KD craft dinner, which is odd. Craft dinner. Like,
We say
Like-
KD.
craft
I'm
mac
here.
and cheese?
Yeah.
It's just mac
Craft
and
dinner
cheese.
mac and cheese.
No,
I
it's
think
Call
literally
it,
just
call it
mac and cheese.
KD.
No.
Oh yeah, it's cooked.
A
Alright.
popsicle in a long tube? Yeah, freeze pop.
I call those freezies.
Yeah, that's what Sarah says, a freezy.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So I have to cook 'em- I have to
I've
cook
never
them
called
first.
it craft dinner. Like, I just, like, it's literally just mac and cheese. Or, like,
Yeah,
if I
just-
specifically
get the
want,
mac.
like, craft mac and cheese, then that's how I say it, is craft mac and cheese.
We say KD for like all of it, unless it's like
Wait,
homemade.
craft
Then it's mac
dinner
and cheese.
supposedly tastes different from American craft mac and cheese.
It's really good.
Don't get me started. Why, what do you
Oh,
call
the
it,
dish is
Chris?
done. I think.
I got it.
Wait, I'm curious. What's craft
Does it
dinner?
have- Does it have white eyes?
I didn't check. It's white all over. Yeah.
Oh, it should be
The eyes
brownish
have
with
to-
white eyes.
Yeah, it's got the white eyes.
And
What
it
are we
should've
calling
gone
what?
s-
Craft dinner? American craft mac and cheese is garbage. That's not meant to be eaten with your face mouth in America. I don't I'm not a fan
Our
of like, the
iced tea is
powdered.
better too. Oh, our powdered iced tea.
I'm not a fan of like the powdered cheese mac and cheese. But your iced tea, so like you have like your powdered like Lipton iced tea. Or, what the heck did we just?
Yeah,
Oh
our
my
Oh,
god,
powdered
we
listen, I'm
barely
doing my
hit the-
best.
or whatever is
I just
so
had-
good.
what? I just got yeeted.
Hit the ground. Are we sinking?
No, we're not. We're not
No.
sinking.
Craft
I hit
dinner
One little
what Kraft
sandbar,
sells mac and
guys. One
cheese
little
in
sandbar.
Canada, but it's a different version and tastes differently. I'm so
pretty.
intrigued right now.
It's really good. I could eat craft dinner every day.
Iced tea in the States is weird. But like iced tea is like different
There's like two
things.
different kinds of iced
There's
tea.
no,
Yeah.
there's way more than there's like iced tea, and then there's like sweet
There's
tea,
sweet
and then
tea.
there's like fake ass iced tea,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
and then
you
there's
can't
Arnold
count, like,
Palmer as
Lipton.
well.
Well, Arnold Palmer's iced tea and lemonade. That's a
Yeah,
mixed
but Arnold
beverage.
Palmer like is a specific thing that some people think is iced tea, but it's not iced tea. It's Arnold Palmer.
Which is lemonade and iced tea.
They're talking about fake ass iced tea, that powdered stuff. Yeah. Also, don't mix up sweet tea and iced tea in the South. Yeah, sweet tea and iced tea are two different things. Iced tea
Yeah.
is literally cold tea, and sweet
Yeah.
tea is different.
Our powdered iced tea is
Arnold
really,
Palmer is
really
half lemonade,
good.
half iced tea. Yeah, no, I know. But I'm saying that I've had people ask for iced tea, and when you give them iced tea, they're like, this isn't iced tea. And then you're like, well, that is iced tea. And then they're like, no, 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 I want this. And then they'll like explain it to you, and you're like, that's fucking Arnold Palmer. That's not iced tea. That's like a whole different drink. Nestea brand, yeah. We have
So
like
good.
Lipton, we have like Nestea, and we have like Brisk, which is like Pepsi brand, I guess, or whatever.
Brisk is okay.
Yeah. That's not
If
iced
you're
tea.
really thirsty, it's okay, but
I don't have a problem with like the artificial stuff. Like there's some artificial flavors that I do not like. Like I do not like artificial watermelon. I have such a problem with it. So like there's some artificial things that I'm like, ugh, no. But fake iced tea doesn't bother me.
well, I think it's not that it's fake iced tea. I think they actually are using like they're using like real tea. It just gets powdered after.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hate watermelon. I know I like fresh watermelon.
Oh, I love fresh.
I was just gonna ask about
watermelon.
Brisk,
Oh.
yeah. That's as much iced tea as Kraft is mac and cheese.
Kraft mac and cheese is mac and cheese. It's on the
I
box. it even says
like
it.
I like the if I have to get boxed mac and cheese, which whatever. If I have to get boxed, I prefer the one that's got like the cheese sauce in it, like the Velveeta cheese sauce or whatever,
Oh yeah.
instead of like the powder. But yeah, I usually prefer to make my own if I can.
I
You
go
guys
out,
also
I
call
pick the
Rockets
tea leaves,
Smarties?
I dry them off.
Smarties like the candy?
Oh, we have your Smarties are different than our Smarties. Ours are more like M&Ms. Yours are like what we call rockets.
Yeah, that's what Sarah said, yeah, Rockets.
Yeah.
Not the mac cheese stuff. That stuff is something else. That's what I said. I said that's like if. That's if. Like if I have to. Like, you know, somebody's like, "Oh, we need mac and cheese for dinner," and I'm like, "Okay, here you go. This is all I have." Watermelon has an insanely strong smell to me, like super sickly sweet, and I can't stand it. So, okay. So I had this conversation the other day, and I don't know how else to explain it, but like, bear with me. Other than grape, which is, I feel like an exception to the rule because it's artificial and it's fake, I don't like things that are scented that are purple. If it's purple and it's scented, there's a very high chance that I won't like it. I don't like lavender. I don't like lilac. I don't like peony or any of the other stuff that kind of gets put in purple stuff. Like if it's purple and it's scented and it's not fake ass grape, there's like a very, very, very high chance, like a 99% chance that I won't like how it smells. What's a peony? Peony? Am I saying peony wrong?
No, peonies, right? It's a type of
Peony?
flower. They're,
Like
flower.
roast beef?
they attract ants. They're really good for having in the garden, so they keep the ants away from other stuff.
Or however, a peony is a flower. Yeah, it's a flower. Never heard of it? Well, are you a flower kind of guy there, Franklin?
I really hope I'm cooking these things right, or else you're gonna have to do a lot of recooking.
I think
There is no
there's just-
recooking.
Oh.
If you cook it wrong, it's done.
Well then,
Ruined.
I thought you could put it back on.
If it's undercooked.
Yeah, if it's undercooked. Yeah. So I think there's 2 fish in here that are undercooked, but I think the rest look okay. They're all
Oh,
brown with white
I
I
eyes.
also like lavender. No, I've never heard that word before. Yeah, the type of flower.
We had a storage crate. Is this it? Okay.
Oh, I'm putting them back in the barrels because I didn't see the storage crate.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'll never forgive you, but it's fine.
Wow.
Don't make me eat these fish right here.
I will scream.
Whoop.
That's all Broseph did the whole voyage was fish.
Cool.
Also refused to try anything with artificial banana flavor. I
Yeah,
don't
we
mind
don't
it.
do-
Artificial banana flavor is based on what bananas used to taste like before that crop was wiped out because they were all clones, and now we have a different type of banana.
Now bananas are fake bananas.
That is stop. Just- Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. You just didn't know.
So
They're
Sarah, are
just,
you saying you
they're-
don't
they're-
like strawberry,
they're
or you
almost
do
there.
like strawberry?
They're almost there. They're just undercooked.
All right, I'll take this one then, so you can finish cooking that one.
Yep. So here, I'll
I
show
don't know.
you.
The
what- I'll
artificial
show you
banana
what-
doesn't
show you what it should look
bother
like.
me terribly.
Okay, so you watching?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay. It's gonna take maybe 10 more seconds. Enough time, maybe 20 seconds. Oh, that's a trophy. Yeah, it's gonna take a little longer because it's a trophy. All right, so that right there, you see how the eye is white?
Ah, now it's done. Oh,
Yep. And
okay.
then did you hear that kind of little puff
I think I did.
at the end? Here, I'm gonna do this one again. So listen and look at. Can you see the eye?
Nope, hold on. The thing's going crazy. Nope. The control.
The controls. I
Yeah, I
like
can see
fresh
ya.
bananas, but I can't stand banana baked goods, especially banana pancakes. No, oh my god, ugh. Some banana nut bread. Oh my god, I fucked
Banana
so hard with some banana
pancakes.
nut bread. Man,
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
I really want some banana bread now. I wish my mom loved me and she'd make me some banana bread. But she'd make some for her boyfriend. Strawberry milk is better than chocolate milk, but you know what, guys? You know what? I'll blow your mind right now.
Whoa,
Put them together
whoa,
and make
whoa,
some chocolate-covered strawberry bananas. Strawberry milk.
What did you just say? What did you just say? Strawberry milk better than what? Did you just say it's better than
Sometimes
chocolate?
strawberry milk is better than chocolate milk. Sometimes you're in a mood for strawberry.
Oh my god.
But then
I
you
like
can put
banana
them.
milk,
But
too.
you can
What
put
are you
them
from
together.
Rhode Island?
Do
Next
you
you're
have
gonna
some
tell me
coffee
like
milk?
coffee milk.
Coffee milk! Oh, I love coffee milk. They don't have it
Oh
here.
my
They don't
God.
have coffee milk down here. They don't know coffee milk down here.
I had cotton candy milk in Missouri, and oh my god.
Oh my
it was
gosh, do you
so
know what they
good.
do have though? Like you can get it in the grocery stores. They have cinnamon toast crunch milk.
Oh.
Just
Yeah.
make your own, you lazy people. Get your cinnamon toast crunch.
Fake strawberry makes
eat
me
it
want
out
to
of the
barf.
bowl.
Also, strawberry beer and booze taste like bark. I think I've had strawberry beer before.
I've had blueberry beer. Which
What the hell is
some
coffee
blueberry
milk?
beer is
It's-
way too strong.
It's
I've had
it's
birch
a coffee
beer.
flavored syrup that you put in milk. It's like it's a very 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 northeast thing, like specifically Rhode Island, Connecticut, northeast thing. Sounds like a lot of sugar. Yeah, it's a lot of sugar, but it's good.
I'm eating Fun Dip right now. I like sugar.
Sounds lame.
You mean
This
sugar?
this is what I'm
Yeah.
eating right now. Sour Patch Kids jelly bean
Oh.
leftover from Easter.
I love
I'm-
Sour Patch Kids
You know
so
what I'm
much.
eating right now?
What?
What?
Bourbon.
Asher, what are you eating?
Oh, I should have a Jaeger bomb.
Right now, nothing.
Why?
Yeah. Jaeger bomb.
Because I.
I think you took that a little too early, but it should be fine.
New Jersey
Oh,
and
okay.
Parkland.
Put it back.
I think it's
No,
extremely
I think it was
regional,
done
yeah.
enough.
Because they've never heard of it down here in Tennessee. They've never heard of it. Why are all sugar-free things so freaking sweet? Because it's aspartame
put-
or because that
yeah, that-
monk fruit shit?
Monk fruit. It teaches you how to punch.
Oh, but sugar free is. It's rough on the body.
Listen, Dr. Astro, if we asked for your doctor opinion.
I
Hey, where'd you go with that trophy fish, dude?
have it right here. Here, you can take it, so you don't worry
Oh.
about it.
Artificial
I was
sweeteners,
like,
actually,
you,
yeah.
you're literally invisible to me. I did not see you. I'm like, oh, Astro left.
It's right. The whole
was like,
time. He had the biggest fish around. We're ready to go. I'm ready.
A chocolate protein shake, roasted chickpeas, and some mixed nuts. And an apple.
These
That's actually not bad.
these nuts. All right, Astro, I'm counting on you to cook this fish. Oh, there's
Alright,
another
alright,
chest up here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll try to do my best.
Double the water, it's crazy. I'm trying really hard to be less fat. I support it, Franklin.
Me too.
I would like to
literally.
be less fat as well, but I love food.
So I've been. Kels is like,
Have you
we
checked your
have
blood pressure?
60
remember that.
or 70 days to like get in somewhat better shape before we go to our friend's house in their pool and stuff. And I'm like, okay, bet. I got this. I was like, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start off first week, just to get us into the mood here. We're gonna do 30 squats, 30 push-ups. I was like,
Oh,
that's
Lord.
all we have to do each day. Just 30 squats, 30 push-ups, in addition to whatever life changes we are doing. Okay. And I think Kels has done maybe 15 squats this entire day this week. But I've been doing 30 squats and 30 push-ups every day, and I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm
Good.
doing good.
Have you started cutting back on like food?
Yeah. No, I'm also trying to eat a
Like
little
more
better.
water?
I don't know why. I don't know what is this? What do you have here? A storage crate?
Like more water?
Oh yeah, a little more water. I've been walking. There's this like 2-minute,
that's good.
3-minute
Oh,
circuit around
that's really
the
good.
block for our work. So I'm like
Oh, that's
trying to
cool.
like
That's really
be
good.
somewhat more in shape. I guess.
But have you been resting? People neglect rest in these diets.
Oh,
and,
you mean
like other exercise.
you mean like playing video games till 2 a.m. and
At least 6 hours, if you can, without getting
yeah,
up.
I at least try to get 6
Ah.
hours.
Back to
Okay,
bananas.
let's
Is anyone else
drop
super
a
fan of
mystery.
cooking? Yes. No,
If somebody
I
can-
don't like when
I
they
need
go
2 other
brown, Sarah.
I need 2 people. 2 people.
Oh, sorry.
No
We're
problem.
going
I
souls.
gotta get
souls?
going.
Yeah, yeah,
four
yeah.
levels, we're gonna
I-
practice.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way too. I don't know where. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Right over here, and then, boop. Oh, you need one more. Oh, but Pink's here. Wow, so fast.
Nice.
Has anybody ever here looked at Pixel's character's butt?
Why are you looking at my butt?
Well, you have
Is it
such
nice?
skinny legs,
Is
but
it
your butt
nice?
is
Oh.
like it's pretty round.
Is it nice?
It's pretty
Is
good.
it a
It's
nice
pretty
booty?
Yeah, too bad the stream can't see it because can't look at your own butt, but
But getting there.
I'd say it's like you skipped leg day, but you didn't skip ass day.
Yeah, I specifically work out my cheeks, but not my legs.
Just sitting there at work, just clapping.
Just clenching and
They're like,
unclenching.
"Is there a
and...
birthday party going on
clenching
in
and
here? There's a lot of
unclenching.
clapping."
Oh my gosh.
All right, guys, are we done? We're getting ready. We're gonna find someone to raid.
All right, find somebody to raid. I'm gonna see how much money. Wait, what? We have another quest?
No, we're
Oh,
not
it's
doing
the
it.
same quest.
We're not doing
we're
it.
We're not doing it.
We're not doing it. All right. That's fine. So on to send some raid. Well, to you. Are only good for baking? Yeah. Put it in their. People put it in their coffee. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging. Thanks for playing with me, crew.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't call us
I'm gonna. I am going
That's
to
our word.
look for that plant game that Broseph is playing and put it on my wish list.
Oh, the
Alright,
Galaxy
I'm going
Garden?
to say goodbye to chat
Yeah.
and all that stuff. Just give me a shout.
Did you
if
get
need
it
me to, like,
on-
log out of the game or whatever.
On
All
Estelle.
right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Let's go find someone really cool to
Did you
go
get shots?
and hang out
Oh,
with.
yeah, I did. Sorry, I was concentrating really hard on
No,
putting on
no,
a new
don't worry.
outfit.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we gotta check the fit. I'm on my way.
Where's the
I
Galaxy
can-
Garden?
I feel like it's always
Galaxy
funny because
Garden.
I feel
I
like
told
you.
Buzz
Yeah, Galaxy
Lightyear
Garden-
always plays
Garden
like the
Galaxy.
same
Oh,
games
it
I
is.
do.
Oh,
Like,
there's a
it just
demo.
cracks me
Oh,
up.
that's not. You
Let
got
me see.
even darker. How are
Let
you
me see, let me see,
darker?
let me see, let me
What?
see. There's not a lot of people on
Why am I
tonight, guys.
darker? Can you share your screen
Maybe.
so I can look at it?
It might just be because it's nighttime right now. But you legit.
we can, jeez, maybe
It's
Overwatch
interesting.
or I don't really have anybody on right now. Oh, is this? Wait, oh, Bree is on. Bree hasn't been on in a while.
I like your
Oh, that's cool.
glove.
That's cool, man.
Do you guys want to raid somebody kind of big?
Hold on. Let's go over here where the sun's rising.
Where'd you go? No. Where'd you go?
Oh
Right,
my
over-
gosh.
Oh, there's an
Ty's Leaf? I hope I said that right.
Yeah, over here where the sun's rising.
I want to play Chef Squad. Yes. Oh no. Yeah. It is almost 2 o'clock. Otherwise, I totally would chill and hang out. Am I saying Ty's Leaf? Am I saying that right? I hope I am. But thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream? How was League? Used to be Tionis? Oh, I see. Okay. A friend of Nick. Oh, okay. I see. Welcome in. Well, in the meantime, I will introduce myself. I will play my raid video while I find someone to raid, and then we will all go as a big group to somebody else. Does that sound good? Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. If you guys don't know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything. Ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in
I thought there
between.
was a place to sit.
I do have
around
a
here.
very quick video
Ooh, hold on,
that
you
I
gotta
like to
come up here
play
with
whenever we
me.
get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of see what we're about, what the community's about. Like I said, any other day, normally when I get a raid, I would continue to stream and hang out and appreciate the raiders, but it is almost 2 and I am streaming with 3 other people. They gotta get going. But I hope you enjoyed this raid video while I find someone else to send the love to, and we will see you guys in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate, it's Uranus. I am Cat, I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown.
Solid.
Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I wanna be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My mom.
What I
Nate,
had said. What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. And like I said, normally any other time, 9 times out of 10, I would continue to hang out and play games and stream with you guys. But we do have to pass the love on. I don't really have many in my circle streaming right now, so we are gonna send you over to Buds, who is also playing some Sea of Thieves. Keep an eye out for notifications over the weekend. I have some ideas, some plans, some things that I would like to do, and it's just a matter of time. So possibly, maybe stream this weekend. Keep an eye on notifications. If not, I'll see you guys when I see you guys. But thanks for hanging. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chilling with us, the Chaos crew. And I hope you all have a good night. Stay safe, make good choices, and I'll see you when I see you. Okay, bye. Let's go say hi to Buds. Raid! Raid! We're gonna say hi to Buds.
Been down like crazy right now.
No, I don't see it.
I see
what?
it on his screen. No.
What the fuck? Whoa, 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 whoa! What is that? What is that? Oh, you. So Asher, you see that?
Oh, I'm seeing it on your screen.